Or it is just a drip coffee. Hi, Twitch knows I had a YouTube. Hi, YouTube. ACCM versus Villese, exclamation mark KUTD, hosted by MTV as my Twitch title. Boom. Alright, I'll be back in a minute or two after I get my coffee. Coffee is obtained. Thank you, Is Tomp Gnomes, for the follow. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Kai World and Sweezabulka. Good afternoon. Still morning for me. 11:05 a.m. You got to 1200 elo and then fell to 1150. Well, 1200 is a good elo. Hello. Oh, did I jump scare you when I got my coffee? Oh, we're back and we're ready to go. Let me see if they have... They're in the map. They started. They started right on time. Sorry, that took a moment for me to get my coffee. Gotta make sure I coffee though in the morning. All right, let me know what colors you want. Oh my gosh, look at this wood line right down the middle of the map. I know what causes that, and that's the type of thing that gives me nightmares as a map scripter. And we immediately have ACCM going forward. Is cyan versus blue okay? Should I put one of the players in red? Let me know if one should be in red. ACCM immediately, a minute into the game, wants to lame the villager the boar is chasing. Will he get the lame with the eagle? Well, yes, he will get the lame. ACCM, this is Arabia as I know it. Laming. When the boar is far enough from the TC, it's actually difficult to lame. Everyone in gray. I personally have no problem with cyan versus blue. I know some people don't like it, but let me add some flags for the players. We'll have ACCM. He is from Vietnam, and then Villese. He is from Finland. If I'm gonna change a player color, then I'll put ACCM in red so they actually match the flags. And so I know someone's gonna ask me about that. As much as cyan is my favorite color, he will be in red. So ACCM will be the red Inca to the southwest, Villese the blue Romans to the northeast. And we gotta do a rug check. Duplicates there for Villese AC. Ooh, triplicate there for ACCM. So ACCM, now I bet he'd love to have a back wood line. He does not. Can he wall this gold? No. Oh, this is horrible and lovely. This is what Arabia should give you. Can we do orange versus gray only for Andy versus Dogao? He's got a gazelle out here he wants to push. So Villese down one Ville already, ACCM with the early lame, and as the Inca, those will be the only two houses he needs for a while. He gets double the pop space for the houses, look at that, 13 out of 25. A very nice and smooth opening to the game. The Inca... Remember, this is on the patch where the Eagle Warriors had their food cost decreased back down to 20 food, and they also get a discount on top of that now, so their Eagles will be even cheaper. 15% of 20 is, what, 3 food of a discount in the Feudal Age, then 20% of 20 is going to be 4 food of a discount, so 17, then 16 food per Eagle in the Feudal and Castle Ages, respectively. And Bilo, hello. Cyan is hard to see on the minimap, really? Really, Cyan I always picked because I thought it was easy to see on the minimap, but people likely have different difficulties or eases depending on their eyesight. I like Cyan because it's easier to see than blue on water maps, usually. Although with very mangrove shallow heavy maps, then Cyan's kind of hard too. The only thing for certain is red is easy to see on the minimap, but then red also doesn't work with green or orange or purple. Purple's easy to see on the minimap too, but red versus purple can be hard to differentiate for some people. So pre-milled Drush for ACCM, 1 militia with a second on the way. He will have indeed a 10% discount on the militia in the Dark Age. So that's a savings of 6 food per militia. 54 food instead of 60. The Nilly is controlling that militia. He's pathing somewhere with it. And it'll be 2 militia and an eagle finding their way forward around that wood line however they can make it. And you can tell there is a large circle of terrain around the player bases where their local wood lines are placed, and squeezed between those 2 circles are these unfortunately squished wood lines in the middle of the map. Pond there and no one docking it. Pond in the far corner. Ladder Arabia, that would have a shorefish and that would be docked. But Villese walling up towards his TC, not going to have a good option for walling the back of his base, and his barriers will be very exposed. Looks like this is a 3 woodline map, but the woodlines are pretty darn far away. And Villese will be walling up, as he always does, around his berries. I'll expect some more walls over here. And not one to be taken off guard by a drush. Back when Doubt was born, the game wasn't even released. Same for when I was born. Dawn of Man wouldn't even be the name of their prototype until after I was born. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's the 6th rug under that house. But still that duplicate of the double yellow. How many people here predate AoE 2? I'm sure there are definitely people here who are younger than AoE 2. I predate it. Yes, I asked 2 questions. You can't yes or no for something that has 2 complementary answers. Oh, that's my fault though. I shouldn't ask the same question back to back. I should say, do you predate AoE 2 Type 1? So stable at the front for Villese. He will open with scouts. More militia forward for ACCM. You were working at Microsoft when it came out, and a bunch of us would play big LAN games after work in an office. Nice. So forward militia. Kind of surprised to see the stable in the presence of the drush, but with how open the map is, maybe Villese wants to go heavy into scouts. We'll have a range follow-up from ACCM. Man-at-Arms will be the upgrade on the way. Villese continues walling. Can be awkward to go scouts when your berries are harassed. But 4 Men-at-Arms with a bit of repairs should put a pretty big eco strain on ACCM, who also is investing into arson. Older than AoE 1, I am as well. And ACCM will wall up towards his TC, and he is going to be as compact as he can. Walling here. Showing how even when there's no way to wall, you can still find a way to wall. And nicely done from ACCM. That scout will get a couple of hits in. But if Villese wants to go heavy, scouts might struggle to get damage then. And there's a range, and players are so good at walling themselves up these days. I had to play text games on the internet growing up. I remember I grew up in the era of Flash games. Did anyone else go to the Lego websites and play the Matanui online game? Oh, that was amazing back in 2001. The scouts coming over from Villese, Men-at-Arms, and the Eagle come forward. Sure, Grandpa. Played it when it came out. You predate it like I do. Yeah, they were released surprisingly close together. Remember when games used to be released? How long has it been between GTA 5 and 6, or between Skyrim and whenever Bethesda is going to do another Elder Scrolls, or Fallout 4, and whenever they're doing a non-76 Fallout? And when software wasn't subscription-based, I remember those days. Software was better then. And Villager will go down to the Men-at-Arms, a couple of spears forward to deal with the scouts, Villese trying to go scout plus skirm. And the archer is starting to be amassed for ACCM, who still has a good number of Men-at-Arms added in. Another blacksmith on the way, and that will be a big wall for Villese. Big wall for Villese, and kind of forced into it from the early map control that he has from the Men-at-Arms. Not able to wall as compactly as ACCM is, because he has ranged units forward and threatening. Or because ACCM has ranged units forward and threatening, Spear even fighting the scout, and ACCM continuing to push with Men-at-Arms and more archers following up. Villese has a good number of skirmishers out, but the Men-at-Arms will help to deal with the skirms and force them away, and Villese doesn't have enough scout numbers to take the engagement either. Skirms keep coming forward. Fletching is in for Villese. And is there a hole? There's not a hole. There's a hole on the opposite side. Fletching will come in for ACCM in just a moment. A turbo button to swap the PC speed for slower games. Oh, yeah. The feeling when you played slower games that weren't designed to be sped up. Men-at-Arms gonna look for another villager kill, and they'll find it. Low HP Men-at-Arms, 2 of them super low. Villese not really targeting properly with his skirms there. Now he gets all the Men-at-Arms. Felt weird that there were low HP Men-at-Arms he didn't prioritize picking off. What country is it from? I have no idea. It is just 4 villager kills for ACCM. The coffee is just random Dunkin' Donuts coffee I grabbed from the supermarket. I'll throw it in the drip coffee machine. I do 2 tablespoons, and that is what each for 1 cup. Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer. This is our first game so far. Villese is starting to stabilize a bit, but he's pretty far down in villagers. Basically 1 vill's worth of idle time for ACCM, but 4 kills for him. And skirm transition from ACCM to deal with Villese's skirms. Saw Villese was quite adept at using skirmishers in that Koreans game he played against Jordan's Way. Jordan's the Civ so strong I'm accidentally saying them instead of Jordan. But I've never heard about that JP signups. So Eagle is down. Feels like Villese now has good skirm numbers to the point he can take the fight. Feudal Eagles, even with armor, I feel are not all that effective against skirmishers. They don't even need armor against skirms. The only thing they help is against that would help is against hill bonus there when they have fletching. So Eagles come forward. They will be hitting villagers. And oh gosh, is this going to be a 5th kill? It's close. Can the TC protect her? No, it can't. That's 5 villager kills for ACCM. There's accruing a bit more idle time, but that is in service of clicking up to the next stage. Villese himself won't be too far behind, but has to use the market a bit. ACCM did sell his stone to go up first. Villese needs 1 more round of food dropped off, and there he goes, has his buildings, and he is up. So around 20 seconds slower, but did not have to sell his stone. I got the pre-ground beans. Coffee. See, coffee. For me, the entire point is to stay awake. And I saw a speed up, so that capture age speeding up. Why is capture age speeding up all of a sudden? As Villese calls a GG. Okay, he's losing more vills and he's gonna call it. Thinks he probably doesn't have wood access now. With all those skirms on his wood line. Speed up caught me off guard. Well, that's 1-0 for ACCM. And Villese, the way this map worked out, maybe he needed a tower on the wood line. But right off the bat, going scouts against the early Drush felt weird to me. And it felt like he would have been in a better spot had he opened for a range and opened Archer Skirm to deal with Men-at-Arms. And ACCM did a great job of walling his base, ensuring that the scouts did no damage. And that's 22 to 16 KD. Also, he had the early lame. Don't forget about that. 1,000 more resources collected almost. Slight uptime difference and more vills. So GG for ACCM. There's a win for the Inca and a loss for the Romans. Four barracks, eagles, and feudal. That sounds scary. I don't think you could really sustain that realistically. It would have to be an extended feudal. Coffee is good when it's nice and hot. So on the program today after this is Barles versus Daniel. And then more map scripting. I opened weird debugger. Alright, here we are, ACCM once more in the red, and Villese will be the blue Vietnamese to the west against ACCM as the red Aztecs to the east. Once again, ACCM's gold will be in the middle of nowhere. He'll have two small wood lines to the back of his base, and his berries will be kind of to the back. But I am rather far zoomed out on capturation. There's no gold here. And as the Vietnamese immediately, Villese comes forward to lame, and he will get away with 2 goats. ACCM, though, he is going to lame too, and he will find 2 goats, sending his eagle forward. They both draft Chinese, yes, indeed. The very first pick is done in parallel, so they can have 1 mirrored pick at the start of the draft. What does string.append mean? Depends on the programming language on whether or not strings are mutable. But it's basically taking 2 words and gluing them together. You take a word and you append another word to it. That's a random question. Not the most random question I've ever gotten. I think the most random question I ever got while streaming was one day Bean Dip asked me what lambda calculus was. I was not expecting that. Okay, garrisoned a villager there. Villese could have garrisoned a couple more villas to position the boar better. Ooh. This is where I don't like the positioning because it's too close to the middle of the TC. Hello, Baron. Doesn't that mean math is random? You can study math if you study probability theory, that's random. And okay, duplicate carpets here. 3 blue ones, 2... Oh, actually, 4 of a kind blue carpets, blue rugs. For Villese, as that eagle's still around laming. The eagle could try to take the boar. We'll keep an eye on that. ACCM is duplicate red rugs, 3 blue rugs. But 4 of a kind beats 3 of a kind, and indeed we're going to have a lame here. ACCM laming with the eagle, and going to take that boar away. Oh, at the same time though, Villese, he is the Vietnamese, he is forward, he is laming. But both players taking goats back from the other side, both players laming each other. This is classic Arabia. I've missed this. The boars are so close to your TC on ladder Arabia, you don't get laming anymore. Oh, yes, this is beautiful. I've missed this. Some aggressive Dark Ages. Both players getting some more resources back. ACCM lucky he didn't run out of food under his TC, almost did. This is so lame indeed, double lame. That's the game. Berries for ACCM. I wonder how this affects the uptiming. We'll see if they still get up at 19 pop. Maybe they go for 20 pop. A bit slower. 21 pop maybe? That would be really slow these days. That's why it works well in Infinite Craft. Yeah, I have no idea what Infinite Craft is. But if you are appending strings, that sounds like fun. Oh, there's still a boar here for ACCM. He didn't take his first boar. He got lamed and didn't take the boar then, as the other one got stolen. Okay, ACCM might be up a bit late since he didn't have the boar food. Villese, I think, had a more successful Dark Age, all things considered then. I do remember those days, Baron, when 20 pop was a fast uptiming. When I learned the game, it was 22 pop scouts and 23 pop archers. Now it's 16 pop scouts and 18 pop archers. And if they go K-pop, they'd have to pick Koreans then. They're the only civ that can do that. 21 pop? Yeah, 21 pop scouts was a pretty classic. Like 22 pop scouts was the classic build order, 21 pop scouts was the fast build order. And we already see the later uptiming, 21 population for ACCM, 20 Villes, and he's up to the feudal age. No drush or anything in front of this, so the laming not having the boar under the TC in time did indeed affect him. Villese managing to go up on 20 population. A bit faster, and he's moving out to gold. Doesn't have a barracks yet, but will be on gold. Could just go straight archers, perhaps. Will be men-at-arms by the looks of it from ACCM. 27 plus 2, fast castle. I remember arena builds were 28 plus 2 when you were going for a castle drop in unique unit. Nowadays I do castle drops on like 23 plus 2 even. 28 pop Drush Flush. Drush FC was like 32 pop when you would count the militia and the scout. It'd be 28 Villes. Felt good at 20 pop archers scouts. Here we have Villese up. 20 population up. But as we've been discussing, kind of slow these days. He'll be adding in an archery range and walling up the front of his base in front of his berries. The Mayan Drush FC plumes. Oh, do you remember Pocket on Arabia with the Maya? You'd go FC plumes, and they were still a good pocket civ. Now those were the days. Or how the American civs were given feudal eagles to make them better pockets. And now they're worse pockets than ever because of the pocket scout meta. Okay, we can reminisce about old times, Maple Leaf Lancer, but let's not have nightmares about obsidian arrows. I'm still scarred from that and the things Tato did to me with it. Now, scout forward for Villese. I don't like attacking Villes there, though. You have scout HP you don't want to lose. Hello, alien. Obsidian arrows was the first strat you got for a tournament? Back in the days, people made plumed archers so much that Forgotten Empires had the bright idea of making obsidian arrows so that the Maya would be more likely to make arbalests. I can understand the line of thinking, the same way I understand what Masmora was thinking when he stole that bag from Crip. Second best unique tech. The best is obviously Logistica for the Byzantines for splash damage. And the second best is obviously Greek Fire for Byzantines for their fire ships, because the Byzantines are the best. But number 3... plumes were not affected by obsidian arrows. No, they were not. They were not. Only the arbs. Number 3, I will put drill at number 4. Number 3 has to be nomads for the Mongols. Deleting the houses and freeing up your trade line. Oh, that is the nicest feeling. Atheism. Classic atheism, though. When you halved the cost of spies, that was super useful in free-for-alls. So archers for Villese, extra HP as the Vietnamese. ACCM trying to go militia plus eagle plus skirm. Archer scout combo for Villese. Mainly archers though. But wants something to help deal with the skirms, and he'll try to use the scouts for that purpose. Clutching's in for him as well as double bit axe. Double bit axe for ACCM, neither player with horse collar. Both players with rather tight builds, even though they're up late due to that laming, so not having the eco to add in horse collar for the early farms. Archers go over. Early tower on the gold for ACCM. He'll use his walls to protect his wood lines and his tower on his gold, and does not want to lose the front of that hill to the archers. Were archers to camp at the top of that hill, oh, that would be scary. But good tower from him to defend this. That's a forward farm. The vill's kind of at risk to the archers. Maybe back there could have been safer. It's the logistics that win the wars. In AoE 2, it's the rugs that win the wars, surely. Oh, and we have a pause. I'm double checking. That's not my internet dropping. That's the players in game pausing. Paused by Villese. Probably needs to go take a sauna break. You missed the days when you'd idle to go up because you had no idea about build orders. Those were the days. The rugs near mine kingdom were all too itchy. No wonder thou art victorious. I shall abdicate. The AI should have a resign message about rugs now that you mention it. Okay, I don't see any text chat in the game, so we're just waiting for the players to get back then. Similar res collected, similar economies. I feel that long-term Vietnamese should wreck Aztecs. I don't think Aztecs will have an answer to Fire Lancers. Maybe Jaguar Warriors against Fire Lancers, but then the Vietnamese make archers. And Imp Skirms, I think, should be better than Atlatl Skirms. Especially since the Aztecs still missed their final armor upgrade for the Skirms. So 14 question mark, yes. And they are going, Villese getting trapped atop the hill, perhaps. And he will engage in the fight. A couple of reinforcements on their way over. Much better numbers for ACCM. The archers will try to pick the spears and get out. And ACCM will win that fight. That he will. Aztecs got buffed recently. Well, Eagle Warriors got buffed recently in the sense that their food cost is restored to 20 food, like it had been, before they raised it to 25. So that's back to what it was in the past. The Aztec farming bonus is still, or the carry capacity bonus is still only +3 instead of +5. Aztec carry capacity is pretty darn good. What range is on their way up? Eberk? Is that... What is Eberk? Oh, Eberk is in the chat. There we are. Aztecs seem so weak now. But for a second, I thought you were saying like an email service. And then I totally blanked on Eberk being in the chat. We were talking about old technologies. Remember when E was a prefix for everything? Oh my gosh. And Apple brought out I as a prefix. Oh, what would an Eberk be if it were a technology device? So it sounds like one of those old Star Trek tricorders. Your Minecraft username was eCoffee? Yes. eCoffee. I'm drinking some IRL coffee here. But some eCoffee sounds entertaining. So, Castle Age first for Villese, crossbow bodkin for him. And I genuinely would not be surprised to see Fire Lancers. In fact, I kind of expect them. Fire Lancers should be good against skirms and good against eagles. And could then force the Aztecs into crossbows, which yes, they train faster, but they'll miss thumb ring, and they won't have the HP of the Vietnamese crossbows. Coffee script. Thankfully, I never had to write coffee script. Aztecs are one of ACCM's best civs. Interesting. Interesting. Also, everyone give some flowers also to Eberk in the chat. For having fun, because I misread the chat. I give him some flowers. So crossbows from Villese will be idling a few farms. Oh, you Eberk with the flowers, beautiful. And the skirms will come over. Keep the crossbows away. So now we need a way for Villese to deal with skirms. Cav archers at least will have the mobility to avoid fighting skirms. And Villese will send the CA forward while he gets his first town center added. Pure script. Could always use something like reason if you want something functional. I think is pure script the one that's more Haskell-like? Probably is by the name of it. The decaffeinator for the debugger. So Cav archers come over. Cav archers, decent against eagles in two aspects. One, they're mobile enough they can run away from eagles, especially once they get husbandry. And two, eagles have one extra pierce armor compared to the knight line, but then Cav archers have one extra attack compared to the crossbow line. So they do significantly more damage to eagles compared to crossbows. Still, the skirms will be their weakness, and they don't want to take direct fights against the skirms. You always had issues getting stacking Cabal working for non-trivial project setups, always prevented you from actually doing stuff with Haskell. My only experience with Haskell is from toy projects while learning about category theory. I've never used it for anything real. I'd love to. And that sounds like fun, but I've never done it. OCaml I have a lot more experience with. Doing real stuff with it. Ooh, look at that Vil surviving. Thanks to the arrows missing on DE. Couple of weak eagles in the front. Villese could think to pick them off with the Cav archers. And yeah, it does get an eagle. That's the difficulty of the eagles. You need the skirms positioned to take proper fights. There's ballistics now on the skirm, so it'll be harder for Cav archers to run. But now it's 1 TC for ACCM, 2 for Villese. Villese is still maintaining pressure with his military, falling behind in military numbers. And he's doing scale barding armor for knights. Interesting. Wants knights to fight eagles. I wonder if Fire Lancers are the better play than knights. Yeah, knights will individually be better than eagles, and will be better than skirms, but will be hard. Ooh, hiding behind the rock. Will be harder to produce against the eagles. Look at that knight, trying to hide. And this is like... pretended to be a demo on a Dave stream. Look at him back there, all camouflaged. Villese is gonna forget about him. He is completely gonna forget about that knight. Yeah, rest is where I do actual stuff for the most part these days. I feel like the ecosystem for learning Rust could be a lot better than it is, though. The book's a nice resource, but I think they're... jumping into it is still difficult. A flaming camel hiding spot for later on, yes. Oh, he moved the knight, The knight was just discovered. He's not even really producing knights. He did the armor, so he's gonna add a few more. But still mainly focusing on the triple range cav archers. No siege for him. And ACCM has a second TC, but Villese will be adding in a third. Third on the neutral gold. Low HP Vil taking some hits. Knight popping out of the stable and lead more knights. And there's the workshop from Villese. Taking a fight against the Eagles at the front. Overall KD well in favor of ACCM. And he is amassing a large Aztecs military now. Best learn after you blow your leg off with C++. I don't know, I feel like Rust is a good language to learn after learning OCaml. Because then you'll at least be well familiar with all the pattern matching. Or at least having some type of experience with monads for error handling to be familiar with the result type. Skirm's now taking the top of the hill for ACCM. He's falling down in Vils, but Villese needs to find a way to defend against this. Whether it's getting more mangonels out. I still think the lack of Fire Lancers for him was a mistake. A cheap unit that would have helped the Cav Archers early on. And you can't fight with one mangonel against all of these Eagles, especially since they have the armor, and they are indeed Eagle Warriors instead of normal Eagle Scouts. Can the TC kill the Eagles fast enough for the mangonel to stay alive? No. Perhaps were there a Repairville out there, it would have been a different story. But the Eagles will still nevertheless die to the TC. And ACCM himself is managing to get a third TC added in, also on a far wood line. Villese, what are you doing? What is this? What is this pond he's found? What are the villagers doing down there? Oh my gosh, I don't even know what that is. I hope he docks. I hope he fish booms. Give us some fish traps, Villese, please. I've never tried Zig either. I still do find myself going to Python occasionally, or if I need to do a very random task, there will likely be a Python library that does it. As Villese calls it GG, there are too many skirms. And that library will likely require reading less documentation to figure out how to get it working than a Rust library. So GG there from Villese. Good eco setup, but tried to go Cav Archers. ACCM did with the Aztecs what the Aztecs usually do. Overwhelm you in numbers with their production bonus, their solid economy. And there are now cheaper Eagles. Are Aztecs back after the Eagle change? Are they back? Maybe Aztecs will be back. Make like Fire Lancers with the... that's what, did I say Step Lancer? I meant Fire Lancer. They're both OP. I would have been interested to see Fire Lancers in that matchup, as they were great against the Maya in the previous patch. Maybe the cheaper Eagles are still nice, but I would have liked to have seen Fire Lancers, I think. And not even one Jaguar Warrior needed. Yeah, and of course JavaScript's kind of inescapable these days. That's 2-0 for ACCM. And that's a win with the Aztecs. Aztecs over Vietnamese. Some good laming, but the advantage for the Aztecs early on is they could counter lame well against the Vietnamese. Definitely more cost efficient, I think. From what I've seen, Fire Lancers wreck Eagles, especially, remember, the Vietnamese ones have extra hit points. JavaScript is the worst. Yeah, I think what makes JavaScript hard is the ecosystem. I think if you write your own JavaScript code and write it properly and use TypeScript, it's okay. I feel like TypeScript is the type of language where I usually can almost do what I want. Yeah, this is nightmare fuel. I think the worst part about TypeScript is the fact that you kind of convolute your build environment to add the TypeScript build step to it, instead of pure JavaScript just working. Alright, ACCM once more shall be placed in the red. Ooh, okay. And he immediately lures his boar this game, making sure he is not going to be lamed. So welcome to game number 3, ACCM up 2-0 over Villese, luring in his boar right away. He will be the red way. He'll have a triple yellow carpet. And on the other side of the map, ACCM in the southwest, Villese will be the blue Bohemians to the northeast. Has a couple pairs of rugs. 2 of those yellow ones and 2 of those kind of greenish red ones. He also will lure his boar in rather quickly, both of them perhaps remembering the lames they suffered in the previous match. Now one day, Alien, you can rewrite AoE 2 in Rust. And we'll have a lumber camp going forward on this wood line, as Villese has grabbed all of his sheep. He will need to make sure he walls the edge of the map over here, but we'll have a great wall from this wood line over towards the TC that keeps the berries safe. If he wants to, he can go from this wood line to the edge of the map, and then play in front of the gold, either get buildings out there or tower it. And ACCM running his scout into the TC will lose the scout right away. That is painful, losing your scout not even 4 minutes into the game. At least he did scout his own base fully and grab all of his sheep. But that is painful. Alright, Villese. Let's hope we finally get a match that's not a sweep. We've seen sweeps so far in the round of 32. Ironically, I feel like we're more likely to see sweeps in the round of 64. I mean, in the round of 32 than we are in the round of 64. So I think in the round of 64, you still have a good bit of randomness in the seeding, whereas some players, like Jordan, for example, might be seeded improperly due to ladder inactivity or retirement and coming back. And some of that gets filtered out by the first round. And then you get to the second round and the matchups can sometimes be a bit more clear. And ask Visual Studio to generate the code for you. You know, I haven't actually used real Visual Studio in a long time. I use a lot of VS Code, but I haven't used actual Visual Studio. That's what I used back when I worked on healthcare software. One day I'll have to pick up Vim again. It's been a long time. I used to use Emacs with the Vim key bindings. Maybe I should just pick up NeoVim like the hip kids these days. Is that double heresy? Imagine double heresy. When a monk gets a conversion, not only does your unit die, but the monk dies. That's what it's like to use Emacs with Vim key bindings. JetBrains. I use IntelliJ if I ever need to do Java these days. When I first learned Java, we used Eclipse, but Eclipse seems to have fallen off. I've been trying out Zed recently, and if you turn off some of the AI features, it's quite nice, actually. I have some hopes for that, and I enjoy it just because it's written in Rust. But again, it's very AI influenced, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But certainly has trade-offs. Don't worry, they'll tell you. So, forward barracks from ACCM. We'll have ACCM up a bit faster than Villese. 21, look at that. What is this? 22 population uptiming from Villese, heavily on stone, pushing in his Mouflon. Interesting, so he killed the scout and decided to go up really slowly, perhaps anticipating that a drush from ACCM wouldn't be effective without the scout. And ACCM will open scouts, so that's 18 villagers, the same as a 19 pop uptiming for scouts. He did go up with Loom. He's fairly well walled, can now go from the berries to the edge of the map. And we'll be going for a scouts opening. Okay. This has to be Phosphoro? Could be FC Wagons with Villese. And ACCM would be none the wiser to it because of that scout he lost. You'll note that Villese has a very slow uptiming. Can he Phosphoro with the market? He doesn't have a barracks yet. So you might be right about the Phosphoro nature of his build. Could do a market blacksmith out by the berries and actually still be walled to the TC fairly well. Or just market blacksmith by the stone, and you are right, this has to be a Phosphoro from Villese. ACCM probably aware of it, but we might see some Hussite wagons. And ACCM opening scouts, the good thing about the scouts opening is he can make one scout, take his foot off the gas, and add in a ton of farms to try to get to the castle age quickly. It's not the Phosphoro way. No, ACCM is the way. Does Phosphoro have a way build? Do they have anything interesting? Huiguang Cav? Fast Imp Traction Trib? Lutrons on the ponds? Yeah, they don't have Fire Lancers, so they're probably not a Phosphoro Civ. Yeah, I used to be a good proponent of Atom, but that has since died, sadly. Now I'm mostly using Codium, which is the, I guess, the less Microsoft version of Code. Phosphoro build is a naked fast castle. No drush, no nothing, just FC 22, 23 pop up. Sometimes not even making vills and feudal. And we saw selling 100 wood and 100 stone for the gold did Villese, collected the food to go up by himself. And he's up to the castle age, and we'll have the stone for dropping a castle. And we'll have a decent location for the castle to be dropped right between his main gold and his wood line. That's where you usually do want the castle, between a gold and a forest, to keep 2 resources safe. Second scout for ACCM, but not committing too heavily into them. Villese will just run away there. And the question is, does he go forward for the castle or does he stay at home? He's a bit late for forward, so he will do it at home. This will cover the gold and this wood line being fairly walled. He has walled to his stone right there. And he'll be adding a few farms behind this as he finished the berries. So 6 farms to keep the TC running. I think that's usually the number. And everyone else onto wood and gold. Would traction trebs do any decent damage against wagons? Normal trebuchets do. Traction trebs probably do too, but again, you need to be imp for them, so we're not going to see him anytime soon. Stop making vills at some point. You can stop making vills. Depends on the unit you're going for. If you're Spanish going for conquistadors, it's probably harder to share food between conks and vills. If you're Bohemians going for wood and gold, probably a bit easier to keep vills pumping out. Even if it's not fully consistent, having a few farmers helps. Depending on the civ and the build, you can stop vill production or you can idle vill production a bit. But you usually don't want to stop fully. Vills do bonus damage against Hussite wagons, yes, but that doesn't mean you want to fight Hussite wagons with villagers. That just means, and if desperate times call for desperate measures, vills could be used. I have seen games that are vill plus monk plus Hussite wagon. You get crazy fights with monks healing the vills. Castle Age and gold mining upgrade on the way. Wagons, yes, pierce damage, I believe. Actually, we can check that as it is here. 10 pierce damage and plus 3 damage against rams, plus 1 against buildings. As that wagon will come forward and more wagons will come after it. As the way ACCM does not have redemption, does not have atonement, he will not be able to convert the wagons. He will try to fight scouts versus the wagons. Does he have enough scouts to fight 2 wagons? Yes, he actually does. Pulls back a weak scout. And Villese needed that Repairville earlier. With the Repairville, he cannot fight. But maybe a bit sloppy for Villese to lose a wagon. Maybe needed to wait for 2 before hoovering forward, and also losing the scout is painful. So now ACCM is doing bloodlines as he finishes going up. And I imagine this will have to be a Mangonel defense. He's adding in a second stable. Okay, then it's going to be Huiguang Cav. A Cav unit that has very low HP. It'll be Light Cav first. I can't imagine it's full Light Cav. That should die to wagons, I think. Forward Monastery as another wagon hoovers its way on forward. Actually, that wagon needs some repairs. Villese missing out on an opportunity to kill the scouts. Has to be worried about that forward Ville, Villese. Ooh, loses the Ville. That felt unnecessary. And now he's not going to have the monks for dealing with the Huiguang Cav. So that's 2 Hussite wagons and a Ville down, a 3rd Hussite wagon going down. ACCM losing some light cav, but remember, he will have the much better eco through all this. And imagine Villese here had 1 monk and 6 Hussite wagons grouped up. He's doing monks at home and sending the Ville forward. If he can get a conversion, he'd still be in a good spot. The workshop goes up for ACCM. ACCM only lost 1 Ville so far. And let's see, the way their bonus is extra hit points for their Huiguang Cav. And 1 free villager for every eco upgrade. So if you pressure them and keep them off their eco upgrades, that can be a good way of hurting them. And their team bonus is +2 attack versus siege weapons. Oh no, not another villager. No, 96.2% Villese. And now the Mangonel is out, but these 3 Hussite wagons feel like they're as good as dead. Maybe they can pick a couple of Villes, but once the Cav come round, they're not even hitting Villes properly. There's a Ville down. Monastery. Only 2 of them left. And ACCM has defended this well so far, but I feel like Villese has made a couple of mistakes with his micro. And ACCM still defending 4 Hussite wagons at the front. And Villes forward for Villese, sending 5 villagers to build the monastery this time. Nothing to deal with the Mangonels, though. You will need redemption for that. Getting the forward workshop as 2 Mangonels come out for ACCM. Hussite wagons can kind of fight Mangonels. They do a decent bit of damage. They don't immediately destroy them. And those will, on low HP, survive. As the monk will try to get a conversion, but it will be on a light cav. And the monk will die. Workshop, barracks for spears, and monks forward for Villese. So his pressure is continuing. And Sanctity now for the villagers. But he's lost Hussite wagons here and there, and I can't help but feel his army should probably be double the size. The Mangonel will go down and a split. Ville dies though. Huiguang Cav, quite survivable here, actually. Mangonel pops out, and we're down to 2 Hussite wagons. And I think ACCM has this easily. Oh, the vills that are forward keep going down. ACCM somehow has more vill kills when he's been the one defending. Yeah, he's been trickling wagons. You know how T90 will tell everyone don't trickle tribs? They've also shown don't trickle your Hussite wagons against feudal age scouts. Monk wants a conversion, but Light Cav keep on moving in. Monks want more conversions back and forth. Light Cav, that's a lot of Light Cav now. That's a lot of Light Cav, and not that many wagons. Sanctity for healing on the monks, they're healing up the Light Cav. Everything going down, poor Villese. Oh, that sad monastery still unfinished at the front. He gets a conversion on a Light Cav. At least he still has monks. If he can clean some of the army, maybe he's still okay. He's only down by 6 vills, and he actually is ahead by 1,000 resources. So this is definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination, because ACCM still has had a rough go of it for his eco. He's had a ton of idle time. And he's getting his second TC up now. But Villese's pressure continues, and ACCM's army numbers have dropped, trying to get his eco established. Yeah, exactly. Getting the first wagon with scouts was absolutely huge. Oh, more wagons going down. ACCM 8 vills ahead. Upgrades does Villese have at the monastery? Just Sanctity, no Fervor yet for the faster vills. Side wagons taking down scouts. Oh, okay. Army now dwindling again for ACCM. It's now 11 to 7. Mangonel forward for Villese. I feel like he hasn't really had Mangonels this game either. Light Cav will make a desperate dive at the Mangonel and probably get it. Oh, another Hussite wagon goes down. That Mangonel being so effective, where are the redemption monks for Villese? He's lost so much military. He's behind 50 to 35 KD, and the units he's been losing have been the expensive Hussite wagons. Here he comes forward, and there's a GG from Villese. Over 1k more res collected, but he will call it there as ACCM. From our point of view, we see he's up by 13 vills, and has once again stopped this push. Feels like everything Villese did was simply trickling units to their death against ACCM, and he never quite got to the numbers that he would have wanted. And 5-minute advantage to the Castle Age time stymied by Feudal Age scouts. It did feel clean from ACCM. I can't help but feel it felt messier, though, for Villese. Losing Hussite wagons here and there felt kind of preventable. Well, the very last picked Bohemians, though, so he tried to do something fun. Did not work out, though. The reason Phosphoro isn't in the tournament, he didn't sign up. Gotta head to bed. Good night, Alien. So our next set will be Barles versus Daniel, and we always cast Daniel because he is from the United States. He said if you play tournaments, he wants to learn Standard as well first. That would probably be good for him. We shall update the scoreboard for Barles Daniel. And look for their draft. Making projectiles less accurate would make them even stronger for the Hussite wagons? Maybe. Maybe. Might be onto something there. Let's give another shout out to Mim for hosting this. I'll give Mem a follow if you haven't already. And have another set and then some more map scripting from us. We'll do some map scripting today. I don't see a draft yet unless they've done it already and it's in a Discord somewhere. Discord seems to be having trouble for a moment. Alright, yeah, don't see the draft yet. Yeah, Foxtrot was fun to see, if not well executed, though. It really snowballed losing those first 1 or 2 Hussite wagons. Oh, also, chat, you didn't even tell me. I forgot to activate my mouse cursor for capture age. How is this something that no one noticed? I always find it hilarious how no one points that out. That the mouse cursor is stuck to the top left of the screen and not moving around. I need people to point that out for me. I have a mouse. I have a Razer Death Adder V4 Pro wireless. I mean, a really tiny window. I need my 4K YouTube viewers watching on their TVs to tell me this. It looks like I'm gonna have to change my sub music now, because it looks like Diaz is agreeing to a deal with Los Angeles. So we're gonna have to change the music. and distracted by the commentary that you can't see the missing mouse cursor. Yeah, I still don't see a draft. I don't know if we're gonna have a delay before they get going, because it was scheduled for 18 GMT, which is a bit in the future still. I still don't see a draft or anything. Hopefully we don't have to wait around too much. You know, we can play. Someone suggested playing Minesweeper the other day. We could do that. Oh, creator chat. Will the next set start now or in 50 minutes? Someone asking the good questions. That's according to. Usually they're back to back though. Let's do this. Are you ready? Let's do some Minesweeper. Let's get this positioned. What the heck? That is a weird crop going on. Oh, is that like some weird fit to screen size? Okay, who's ready for Minesweeper while we wait? Someone suggested the other day, and this was fun. Let's see, it's next to 2. That one's gotta be cleared. Oh, I did do Tetris in AoE 2, yes, I did. I don't think that works anymore. I know DE's been updated, and I think it's probably broken the scenario. I don't think I have a guaranteed click. Oh, this is a random. That's a 50-50 there. This has to be next to 2, so one of those 2 have to be occupied, so that one has to be cleared. This is next to 1, and this one's next to 2, so one of the other 2 is those ones, so that one's cleared there. One of those 2 has to be occupied, so this one's cleared all around, alright. So that's good there. So that's one of those is occupied, and that one has to be next to it, so this one has to be cleared. And thank you, Yeti TV, for the follow. Finally some real gameplay. Yes. Alright, and this is next to 1. Still, one of those 2 still is occupied, and we still don't know which. This is next to 1, so one of these 2 has to be occupied, and that one's next to it. So this one has to be free. That's still next to 2. Sweet, and then this one indicates one of these 2 is occupied, and this one is next to it. So this one has to then be free. That's next to 2. Hasn't been useful in telling us where we are though. At some point, I think we're gonna have to take a guess somewhere. I don't think we can. Well, we're gonna need a 50-50 guess at some point. One of those 2 is occupied, 50-50. One of those 2 is occupied. So one of those 2 will be adjacent to this. And that means one of these 3. Take guesses there? No. Okay, dang it. Start again. I did play this the other day, and I got the dreaded 7, one tile with 7 all around it. And you can always point out when I do stuff poorly. Hold on, let me just double check on the status of a draft. I still don't see a draft, and I still don't see... Oh, I do see a draft now. I do see a draft. We have a draft. Okay, one more game of Minesweeper, then we'll swap to the draft. We're drafting now. Alright, so 1, 2, 1, that's next to 2. That's next to 2. That's got to be next to 3, so that one's there. Right side wasn't 50-50. Yeah, we might have had a better probability somewhere, so 1, 2, 3. And I might just be blind and not notice. So one of those two has to be taken. Definitely. This has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, so that one's taken. 4 again. Ooh, 4. 1, 2, 3. So one of those two has to be taken. Exactly one of them. So that one itself has to be taken there. Yeah, that we know. There, that's 2, 3. That one's next to 2. That's next to 2. One of those two is taken. All of those have to be taken, so that clears that one. Doesn't give us much, though. Okay, we are good. Oh, that's next to 2 there. We have to take a guess. Oh, nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're good there, good there. Ooh, yeah, look at us go. Suddenly cleared a whole bunch of... Oh, wait. Oh, that was my bad. That was a mistake. You were playing Minesweeper? Maybe one more. Then we'll look at the draft. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 2. Reading chat while playing Minesweeper is going to make it difficult, too. That's next to 1, 1, 2, 3. That's next to 2, so that clears those. The 1s are cleared there next to 2. That's 1. It's 2, so that's cleared. That becomes a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. That's a 1. One of those two is taken, and the 1 is adjacent to it, so these 3 are cleared. That means that's cleared, that's cleared. Those are cleared. That's next to 2, so this is the one that's taken. That's cleared. That's next to 4, so those are free. Alright, made some progress there. That has to be next to 2, so that one's taken. That clears a few more. That one's taken. That one's taken. That's a 4. It's only next to 1 there. Next to 1, next to 1 there. Next to 2. Hopping all over the place on this board. It's next to 1. A 3 there. 1 there. 1 there. All those 2s are a problem. Trying to pick off all the guaranteed spots we have. Is that all of them? But there's almost always a guaranteed spot we're missing somewhere. Build templates for your game so it's a tiny bit smaller than with the default templates on Godot. I've never used Godot. 3 is on the left. Yes, 1, 2, 3 there. And then that's good. That's next to 2. Perfect. Oh gosh, look at all those 2s. 1, 2, 3 there. And again, that's next to 2. It's next to 1. Okay, that helps. That's next to 2. Then that has to be 1, 2, 3. The 2 there, so one of those 2 is taken. That one has to be free. Doesn't help us much. Those 2s there, and then 1, 2, 3 there. That's a 50-50 there. 1, 2, a 50-50 there. That's next to 2, so that clears it up. Oh gosh. This is gonna be a 50-50, chat. No matter what we do. We could play the rest of the board and get it down to 0 mine, or no, we could play the rest and get it down to 1 mine. That wouldn't help no matter what. It's a 50-50. So, gamble first, because then if we lose, we don't waste our time. Here, we do it now. You pick, chat. Left or right? Left or right? You say left? You chose poorly. You doomed us all. Left is bad. You typed your message in 2 parts. Anyway, here's the draft. Here's the draft. Left equals bomb, sure. New AoE update looks good. What happened to ACCM versus Villese? Did ACCM hold until it became a 4-hour game? No, ACCM won quickly. Villese is not in the shape he used to be, unfortunately. And Barles is hosting a lobby. So let me go put my coffee cup in the sink. And we'll get ready for ACCM. I know, for Barles versus Daniel. And when we're done with that, we'll do more map scripting. Try to finish Stranded today. And keep the TTL maps going. Draft. This is the draft. Both get Chinese #1. Yes. Does Daniel have a chance? Daniel always has a chance. Tower defense game where you can fuse your towers together. Well, there are lots of towers defense custom scenarios, or tower defense custom scenarios for AoE 2. Maybe we should play one someday as a community event. The draftsman's contract. That sounds like an AoE 2 scenario too. Jimmy's got the USA emotes in the chat ready. And, oh, I didn't read a follow earlier. I will pronounce it as Yeti TYTV. That's not how you pronounce it. Well, that's how I'll say it. Thank you for the follow earlier. 7 series, all 3-0. Second round has been lots of 3-0s. Hello, noob. Did you miss anything? You missed an Aztec game where the Aztecs played well. That's something we haven't seen in a while. But the first set, like most of these round of 32 sets, has been pretty clear cut. And no Jaguar Warriors popped out, unfortunately. That would have been fun to see, Jaguar Warriors. Okay, we're counting down 10 seconds until the spec delay finishes. And getting ready for a second set of the day. Right with the USA flags. I'll put the flags in the overlay. Alright, so we will put Daniel as our United States flag and Barles as our Polish flag. Alright, and we'll put Barles in red. So Daniel will be playing the blue. He will have 4 of a kind, 4 of the same carpet for Daniel. He'll be the Hindustanis to the west. And Barles will be the red Wu to the east. He got 3 of a kind with the blue rolled carpets. And Wu versus Hindustanis. Interesting, interesting. The maps have wood lines very, very far away from the players. Looks like a 3 wood line far distance spawn. As a mouflon here will be pushed in for Daniel. I don't even know what those emotes are. It looks like an eagle somehow in the chat from 11. And Daniel, his elo 2712, he's a ladder grinder. Barles is 2844. And Wu versus Hindustanis. I wonder how the Hindustanis deal with the Jin swordsmen in the Castle Age. In Imp, the Hindustanis will of course have hand cannoneers. In the Castle Age, I'm not sure though. And TC finishes off the boar there. Oh, the Liberia flag. I just see 2 letters in the chat. I don't see the flag. So yeah, that's true. Jin Swordsman were nerfed. Is it nerfed enough, though? We could see Wu Cav Archers. Do they have any bonus? The Huiguang Cav will have bonus attack. The infantry regenerate. And docks provide food. If you're not going for the Jin Swordsman, I'm not sure what you're doing. You don't have a great eco bonus for Arabia. I doubt he's building docks just to get 65 food. How big or small is it? It depends on the ping difference. I think most top players are probably used to having extremely high ping from Vubli. And then many low-level players are used to having even higher ping from HD. But it can be a difference, and you can tell in the micro. You certainly can tell in player micro. If you have a really close matchup in skill level, then the ping becomes a factor. If there's a big skill gap, then you can play with whatever ping, and the better player will still win. Oh, you know what? You're right. They did lower it to 55. Capture Age sometimes says 65, sometimes says 55, and I'm never sure which. It should be 55 now, I believe. Let me double check that in the game. Go to the in-game tech tree, which still says 65 in-game. Did they return it to 65? I guess the barracks will give them the free food too, in addition to the dock, and it will be militia, so you can't get your militia out easily with the barracks. Hello, UP, and thank you very much for the sub. Get the hamster. Is it 65 or 55? The tech tree might be wrong, or I might just be using a mod for the tech tree. I think it is 55, unless it was changed back. You're heavily biased. Either way, he's getting food from the barracks. They might have updated it back. Chat's saying it's 65. As I swear it was changed from 65 to 55 too. And I know that in some versions of Capture Age, I have seen 55. I'd never actually activated my content creator code for the DLC, so I can't actually check myself. I need to rely on the tech tree being correct. Okay, yeah, test for us. As this might be another Shu fast fire ship situation, as the Drush comes in early enough, thanks to that extra food, to hit Daniel before he gets the barracks up. Daniel, though, with enough Vils, he can turn and fight, and he'll bring his scout over. And he doesn't want to take ooh, that was rough. He's 15 seconds from feudal, and all of a sudden down 14 HP on his scout. He really wants to be fighting with a feudal scout. Daniel up to the feudal age. And we'll be throwing down an archery range. Archery range against the swordsman that he sees early on, and the game is paused. Maybe they're pausing. Maybe Barles is saying, hey, the tech tree's wrong, and you gotta go check it. Yes. Oh, that was just a quick sorry go from Daniel. And this game, we actually do have a mouse cursor. Always good to have a mouse cursor. As the militia move in towards the range, they'll chase the scout back. And the range goes up with a couple of archers ready to pop out. And the militia come forward. They'll be hoovering around a bit. Archer pops out, ready to defend. Still Dark Age for Barles. Long Dark Age for him, but we'll have a good eco setup from that. You hate West, hey chat, let's go Barles. We got a Barles fan. Tech tree is wrong. It is indeed 55. Thank you for confirming for us. Alright, can you confirm that the tech tree says 65 and not 55? Because I might be using a mod. So low HP scout for Barles running away from Daniel's scout. He could just turn and try to get a hit. Daniel will win the scout fight though. Barles didn't turn early enough. And Daniel will try to get a low HP Vil back to his TC. As the spear comes forward and with the archers, he finally will fend off the Drush. All in all, that's about a 300 res collected difference now. Thanks to Barles getting idle time on Daniel's eco from that Drush. Looking at Daniel's map, his main gold is so far forward that he went for a second gold that is in the back. And the militias will go over. The gold actually so far away, Barles didn't scout it. And he will scout the palisade. There he goes. Now he sees the gold's back there. He'll know Daniel's there. And he is going for the man-at-arms upgrade, but then he cancels it. 3 militia for him. He's thinking of more militia, has 1 at home. And then he was going to add another militia, but then he's going to add man-at-arms. Okay, rearranging his eco there. He's going to add skirms behind them. And we'll have skirm and man-at-arms. Hello, Misty. And more houses for Daniel as he keeps walling himself up. Can go to the edge of the map. And be mostly walled on this side. This side, another issue, though. And the American with the lovely desert cacti right outside his base. A couple birds floating around. Skirm will attack the scout. Scout trying to stay in the min-range. And does get a kill on the Skirm. Skirm is now coming forward to deal with the archers. Daniel adding in a stable along with the archers, trying to go scouts plus archers. And Barles, with more men-at-arms added in, will still have a unit for fighting the scouts. No upgrades on the men-at-arms, but the men-at-arms upgrade is in, and that, with the hill advantage, is going to be 1 quick dead Vil. But 1 dead Vil trading for a ton of HP off of the men-at-arms. That's 1 man-at-arms down. And now the scouts can come over and engage, along with the Vils. That's some idle time during the fight. The army from Barles will be cleaned up. And it only got 1 Vil. That's a lot of idle time, but Daniel traded idle time for killing the military, and now maybe has an opportunity to counterattack. Barles is mostly walled, though. No gaps anywhere on this side that I can tell. No gaps in the north, either. And with some skirms, Daniel won't want to die with only the scouts and separate away from the archers. Hello, Red Cliffy. Archers hoovering around a bit. Daniel doing fletching and trying to take the front of the map. So now it's Archer Scout against Skirm, Spear, and Wall. And the walls are the important part. Because as long as Barles is walled, this army isn't getting in. Barles will be finishing his berries soon. And has 2 lumber camps up, 1 in the front, 1 in the back. He'd even go for a 3rd lumber camp here, and then he'll have Vils in position to re-wall behind this. Behind this northern wall. And forward Villes from Daniel, armor on the way for the scouts, and he's looking to be aggressive now. He will add a tower and try to breach the walls in feudal. Trying to play for an extended feudal age against the skirms. We'll do a tower right by the range. Okay, Daniel being aggressive here. Archer's taking out the spear. We'll force a defensive tower from Barles. That'll mean Barles won't be able to sell the stone to go up. Either player will. Armor's in on the scouts. Scouts are pushing the skirms, diving, but they still don't want to fight under the TC. With the tower up, the scouts could even consider diving, but too many scouts going down for Daniel. Barles forced to commit on this engagement, but Daniel losing 3 scouts to TC fire. That does not feel good for him. And this tower is in the middle of nowhere as far as resources are concerned. So yes, Daniel can put the archers inside the tower and fight against Villes for the tower fight. He's going to do a second forward stable, but he doesn't have a way to place Villes nearby and repair the tower. Because he will need to repair the tower. Even if he repairs with 1 Ville, it's better than the 5 Villes of idle time. Archer's trying to harass the wood line, Daniel going through. He needs to keep his archers by the tower, indeed, to prevent the Villes from destroying it. And he'll hop inside and dodge some arrows on the way. This tower underneath the TC, so the scouts won't be able to dive it and provide melee support. Daniel with 5 idle Villes too, both players with idle Villes as Daniel's coming forward. Daniel not mining any stone, so there are limits to how much he can repair. Only 35 stone left for him. And he did take out a couple of forward farms. Scout numbers still need to be amassed. With double stables, he still needs upgrades on the scouts. And Villes can take another round of repairs. He might need a market to buy stone, or just a stone mine at home. And still, I think it's a problem that the Villes have nothing to do while they're forward, aside from repairing the tower. If he could ever afford a forward mining camp, that could be nice. Even if he doesn't need much gold, he could move Villes off of gold from home. Would it be that silly to use the Villes to go through those trees? So repairing Villes, the towers are well within range of each other. And there's 1 repair Ville going down for Daniel. Since the Villes have been on the outside, they're not healing. Scouts still hoovering around, bloodlines on the way. If Daniel gets bloodlines and dives the tower at the right timing, I still feel like he would want forging. But he has enough scouts to make a dive threatening. Castle Age clicked though for Barles. If Barles gets up, that might be it. There's more Villes going down for Daniel. Daniel can make a push and do damage during the transition, that's one thing. And he's going to destroy the tower now. I'll keep the Villes away. Spear comes over, he'll lose a couple of scouts to TC fire. But the tower will go down, down it goes. And now his tower stands at the front. What is he going to do, though, if he's not diving in? Barles is well walled behind all of this. Horse collar for Daniel. He's got a good mass of archers. Barles nowhere near the army numbers that Daniel has, but Daniel nowhere close to going up anytime soon. I'll have a barracks in the back for Barles, and he might be able to go pikeman or Jin swordsman on when he gets up. Scale mail armor on the way. 13 archers for Daniel, but with stone walls for Barles, he's not able to do much damage. Market and house up there. Barles missing a bit of wall. Right now, the archers aren't doing much for Daniel as they can't break through. Part of me thinks Daniel just needs to YOLO through the TC with his scouts. Ugh, man, look at all these houses that Barles has. And once Barles gets up to the next stage, the houses will get both more HP and 1 more melee armor. And the walls then will be secure. Triple barracks for Barles, so pikeman or Jin swordsman. And tricky thing about the Jin swordsman is you can't simply go archer units to counter them because of all the pierce armor. And Barles doing exactly what you want to do against aggressive double stable scouts, walling up and keeping the scouts out. And infantry units from him. Jin Swordsman, indeed, triple barracks Jin Swordsman. The monastery behind this, remember the Wu do also have an amazing monastery. The only thing they'll miss will be heresy and block printing, but in the Castle Age, it's fully upgraded monks. And Barles, depending on Daniel's not YOLOing through the TC. Look at the HP on these swordsmen, 70 hit points. And with 2 spears, no forging on the scouts, that's something Daniel still can't fight. Maybe he'll try to. Tower for Daniel on his wood line. He's on stone, so he can tower up if he needs to. He might be running out of gold access soon, though. Maybe there's a world where he keeps adding light cav, and can go 16, 20 light cav, and fight as soon as he gets his upgrades in castle. If he does forging, then immediately light cav and another upgrade. This army should be chased down by the light cav. He's doing a market himself. Daniel, don't lose 3 vills on the market, gets a couple of house walls up, and that'll let him run the vills. The spears are trapped at the front. Spears need to be focused down first by the scouts, but the spears have +2 armor. Oh, the armor on the spears paying dividends for Barles. He'll lose everything here. But look at how tanky those spears are. That's that one right there with that HP bar. He's doing an insane amount of damage to those scouts. And Jin Swordsman too. Swordsman will be hoovering, but enough feudal army that he can clear 2 swordsmen. More swordsmen will be scary, maybe not as much so if a light cav come in. But Daniel's had no gold access for a while now. And that Vill needs to drop off the stone if he wants to be able to build a TC. Might drop it off just to have the 100 stone where I Daniel, but yeah, he'll be fine there, he'll be fine there. Still didn't manage to wall himself fully, and now we'll have more Jin Swordsmen on their way in. But he's almost up doing forging now. And with forging, he can then think about light cav. Behind this, a second TC now being added for Barles. Scout still chasing the Jin Swordsman. One swordsman there, and iron casting light cav on the way immediately for dealing with the swordsman. Now, can you do that and go full light cav and win against the swordsman? Maybe, maybe. Not worrying about the crossbow upgrades, but they won't do much against the Jin Swordsman anyway. And Daniel's continuing trying to pump out cav. Swordsman a bit trapped there, Archer's helping. Swordsman on the other side. Still going down to light cav, facing some TC fire. No pikemen or spears being added from Barles, simply going full Jin Swordsman. And with the... They have been nerfed in the patch, I think they create much more slowly. So you won't overwhelm your opponent with them as early. But triple barracks still will give you good numbers. Daniel trying to get back to gold. For some reason the Vills can't nilly themselves to mine the gold. And he'll get a monastery up at the front. But already down by 8 Vills, thanks to that second TC that Barles has added. Daniel might start struggling on eco, he's already down by 500 resources. Taking another fight, but he has to put everything he has into countering the Jin Swordsman. So he does have a second TC up though, so at least is equal on TCs, but Barles adding his third TC now. And big army at the front for Daniel, but still no upgrades on the archers, only fletching, no crossbow, no bodkin. Keeping that forward stable alive for production, or keeping the forward stable standing for production is nice for him. I like how there's a camel there. It's different though, the horses have their butts sticking out, the camel's looking out with his head. Different directions for the animals. I also appreciate how there are 2 tan horses there, and tan horses are used for the light cav. White horses for the night line, and dark horses for cav archers, so the stable architecture for the Hindustanis has their cav line correct. How can the Wu ever lose Wu-Tang forever? Maybe not after the Jin Swordsman nerfs. Daniel taking a score lead. He is still down by 11 Vills though. And the eco is looking pretty good for Barles. If there is a civ that can make up in Vills though, the Vill discount for the Hindustanis is nice, and Daniel will be almost getting a relic. Barles has 2 relics, and this is a 7 relic map. So there are still 2 easy relics for Daniel to grab, and then a third that is certainly on his side of the map, and a 4th out and available that is pretty much in no man's land. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relics, he'll pick up that relic and put it in the monastery right away. What is his scouting? He has scouted 3 of the 4 remaining relics and did just miss scouting this one. So in terms of relics, Daniel might position himself well for the long run. In the long run, though, Barles already opening up a huge eco lead with the 3rd TC he has added in, and he's mining stone. Might be able to play this for a defensive castle and fire archers at some point. Daniel's still with enough map control to keep Barles cooped up in his base, though. Yes, the Jin swordsmen do indeed regenerate HP, as do all Wu infantry. 10, 20, 30 HP per minute in Feudal, Castle, Imperial, and that is quite fast, I'd say. I don't know what the Wu do against hand cannoneers, but fire archers feel like a pretty decent option. Both against camels, light cav, and... Oh, that is a forward castle from Daniel. And hand cannoneers. Forward castle, but a mangonel is there. I don't think that castle goes up. Unfortunately, that might be a bit too ambitious. Now that one will control the gold in the middle of the map, be on a bit of a hill. But Barles will have timing for a defensive castle. Mangonel comes out. Don't know if we can clear the Mangonel. All the Jin swordsmen are forward. And archers still not crossbows. Crossbow and bodkin would still not overcome the pierce armor. They would have 2 more range, though. Maybe this is a situation where Thumbring's more important than bodkin or crossbow for the fire rate, but I think the range still matters a lot. So Gulam could be an option. How does Gulam do against Jin swordsmen? I have no idea. Have we ever seen this, chat? Gulam versus Jin swordsmen? I don't know who wins there. Stronger than Georgians, yes, but Georgians, remember, that's for Cav. Oh my gosh, how could I forget about this? The siege tower! Of course, that's what you do with an infantry unit. We're gonna need to see Gulams in a siege tower then. Daniel picking up that relic. He does have 3 relics, we'll be trying to pick up a 4th one and be up 4-2. How are there 8 relics on the map? I thought it was 5-7. Oh wait, no, 4 + 2 is 6, never mind. There we go, I can math. The 7th will be down there still. This is not, no, wait, Ray, these days this is meta. Siege Tower Infantry is meta. They pick off the monk as this thing speeds into the economy. I would say these vills need to quick wall themselves, but it's a siege tower. They need to quick house themselves. 4 + 2 is indeed 6, yes, I was mathing incorrectly. And is this a good fight for the light cav? Some vills will be idled here, but Daniel will have the timing advantage. Is the tower faster than light cav? Tower goes down. Oh, and we have a pause. Take it to the max. I agree with you. The siege tower needs some changes. You don't play for 1 month. This is the meta these days, right? Siege tower infantry is the meta. They changed siege towers so monks with redemption no longer can convert them at range, and they made the siege towers cheaper. So all of a sudden, siege towers become a hard counter to monk rushes. And with all the infantry buffs over the years, now with cheap siege towers that still get sped up by them, speed through the eco. GG for whom? These swordsmen are getting cleaned up. It is a huge eco difference in favor of Barles. But Daniel has the timing, and with double castles, maybe he can win a Treb war. The Wu have traction Trebs. They do not have bombard cannon. The Hindustanis do have siege engineer bombard cannon. The counter to Trebs is going to be Jin swordsmen in siege towers. The counter to the castle drop is going to be Jin swordsmen in siege towers. But here come a bunch of light cav that need to fight. Daniel, don't lose your castle to a siege tower and a mangonel. Tell me this goes up. 93%, 97, 98, it goes up. He loses a couple vills, but the mangonel will go down. And this will be a bad fight for Barles. Daniel with a good KD. Daniel with the score lead. The eco, and he's doing chemistry right away. He's getting double castle Treb production. I think Daniel's in a decent spot. We will have traction trebs for the woo. The woo bonus for the trebs is, what is it? They need to do the unique tech for Sitting Tiger to shoot more projectiles. Build their houses faster. Oh, that was helping Barles wall earlier. Oh, and Daniel can put the archers in his castle for more arrows and more DPS. Chemistry blast furnace on the way. I think Daniel needs armor for these light cav. You can turn them to hussars, that'd be good. More barracks, and it'll be pikemen into halb for Barles. But Chautauqua hand cannoneers are an option for Daniel. Conscription is on the way for him. And I wouldn't be surprised to see hand cannoneers now to complement the light cav, and you can go light cav hand cannoneer. And now that Daniel's an imp, he will have even cheaper villagers for catching up in the vill count. But it is a huge eco difference for Barles, who can add halb, but will be losing his castle. He is an imp, is adding in halb, doing another castle in the rear, and we'll add traction trebs. There's Chautauqua for Daniel, and he will be adding in hand cannoneers. So those light cav will run in, see the halbs, and run out. But the trebs can deploy at the front of the eco and think about doing some damage. Have to worry about traction trebs in the long run, though. Barles might overchop on the side. Daniel maybe needs to think about controlling the stone a bit more. Destroy the blacksmith and stop armor upgrades. Destroy the TC. Versus 123 vills. Daniel also only on 2 TCs. Maybe he needed to add in TCs on his way up to imp. With Chautauqua hand cannoneers, bombard cannon. I wonder if Gulams could even be an option for him against simple halb. Treb's taking out the towers. Still has feudal age archers there, but here come the Chautauqua hand cannoneers. I can't help but feel Daniel has the better units. Just not in the right numbers just yet. And how do bombard cannon do against traction trebs? Probably poorly, because traction trebs have more range. And now, fight underneath the castle. Hand cannoneer is not out in numbers yet. Halb's moving forward. But if the halbs dive the trebs, they will be doing it under archers, and it will let the light cav come forward, but they're just coming forward into more halbs. No siege going down. Light cav numbers starting to dwindle. But here come the hand cannoneers, now out more in force. 9 of them now, and that, with Chautauqua, should help. Bombard cannon takes out a traction treb. The halbs are fighting underneath the castle. Great job by Daniel repairing his trebs as he's taking a better score lead through his KD. Barles up by 45 vills, but does that matter if he's just spamming halberdiers into hand cannoneers? And that's true, traction trebs were nerfed a bit against units, you're right. You're right about that. They are still awful against buildings, but their fire rate against units was slowed down in exchange for more bonus attack against buildings. So a good balance change for them, I think. And hitting the bombard cannon, but vills are there to repair, and Daniel is doing great with the repairs, and it'll be skirmishers now for Barles. And it's not like 100 vills is a small number, and 3 imp Hindustani TCs for Daniel as he has 4 relics. Barles will be coming forward for barracks, though. Can he raid that well with barracks now that Daniel can make hand cannoneers, though? Daniel has to worry about his base, and wouldn't be that bad to get a castle up defensively in his base. He maybe needs to recognize that he isn't scouting all that well. He is outposting, and with his outposts, actually, a bit late, but he will see the barracks and the relic. So he can be prepared for this, can think about walling up as long as he manages to see on the minimap. And that's the point of the outposts, to see those things. Halb number is still good for Barles, but he's throwing them into the meat grinder against the ever-growing number of hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers and the archers in the castle. Daniel, siege engineers on the way. Maybe he needs to think about Bodkin for range on the and attack on the castle. That would help in dealing with the halbs a bit. Of more pressing matter, though, is the fact he, despite the outposts, has not noticed the halbs that are going to be raiding his economy. Thank you, Gahoki's 00 for the follow. Castle going up in the middle of the eco for Daniel. Cannon coming forward as the castle looks to shoot the halbs. Cannon hitting the trebs, and the cannon have to fall back. One cannon goes down, and the treb goes down. And all the trebs finally going to go down. I will return some fire to the traction trebs. But all in all, look at that. 170 to 95 KD. Defensive castle in the middle of the eco for Daniel. He's doing a couple gulams to help against the halbs. And the problem is he'll need to expand his eco out a bit. He needs to deal with those barracks and then expand. He's controlling all of the map with the castles. Barles unable to push castles only with traction trebs. Maybe it's a spot where fire archers could help, but probably not against the bombard cannon. And Daniel needs to be careful about his hand cannoneer numbers. It's 170 pop to 147. And Daniel needs to make sure that doesn't drop too much. And still, I think he's missing Bodkin and Embracer for the castle in dealing with the halbs. The feudal archer is providing more arrows still, but he doesn't have the range. One halb raiding. Needs a Gulam to clear that. That will be annoying. At the front, though, he has noticed this and is starting to clear it. Could think about maybe doing an elephant ram to clear it. Still has the workshops, or sending a cannon. More cannon for him amassed there. He's trying to go full gunpowder, and so far it's working decently for him. Finding the vills on that gold mine, he'll raid them. And now he's at about 120 vills. And what's that? 15k more resources collected for Barles, but 200 to 100 KD. Huge KD advantage for Daniel. And that'll help make up for a good chunk of that res collected. He's adding in a couple of camels for raids now. Is Barles out of gold? This is Barles' gold. Daniel with all the map control. Barles with no more gold in the back. He's desperately adding in more barracks. And what's that? For more halbs to throw into hand cannoneers? He has 2 golds down here, and that's maybe where Daniel needs to shift his attention instead of pushing the front of the base. This is hard for Daniel when he's not at 200 pop to hit multiple areas, though. And Barles doing a great job of coming around and finding the overchopped wood line, even denying Daniel one of his golds. Does Daniel see the gold in the north? He does. He sees the 2 golds in the north. Barles will be scouting that too. Daniel's still up by 1.5k score. This is a really interesting game. I have no idea who's actually winning now. Barles with a huge eco lead. He'll be making a cav swap, but a risky swap against the Hindustani player who can add camels rather easily. Monk wants a conversion, and the cannon will see the stables. And even that many hand cannoneers will be decent at dealing with the stables. Remember, the Huiguang Cav have less HP but more armor, but against the high attack of the hand cannoneers, that's probably the opposite of what they want. That castle desperately being repaired from Barles, who's trying to find ways to mine gold. Oh, he has the extra projectiles. That'll be deadly against the bombard cannon. At least they have siege engineers now. Chemistry on the way for Barles. And Barles is now raiding. He is getting barracks in all corners of the map, getting halbs into Daniel's eco. Daniel has to be careful about cleaning this up. Maybe he needs to add a few more Gulams into his eco to fight the halbs. And he still did not manage to clean those barracks or even wall the barracks out. And maybe the failure to deal with the early barracks will come back to bite him. Look at all those projectiles the traction treb shoot. I mean, no bombard cannon is painful. I feel like the traction treb is actually a winning unit against bombard cannon, though. Weirdly enough, handcart for Daniel, who has managed to bring things equal on the Vill count. A couple Gulams for raiding, but they can't do much. They're trying to find halbs. Daniel needs some way to keep his Vills safe, because halbs can pick them apart. Honestly, handcart for more speedily running the Vills will be nice. And halbs again, trying to push into the meat grinder of the hand cannoneers. That has a good number of hand cannoneers. 30 hand cannoneers, and the halbs should be melting here. That KD for Daniel continues to improve. They lose a cannon here and there, but now as the halbs go down, the camels will come forward. Attempted longsword swap for Barles. What'll that do against hand cannoneers? Maybe give him a better raiding unit. Daniel doing armor for the hand cannoneers. Yeah, 30 on gold. Does he have... He doesn't have Grand Trunk Road yet. That could even be an option for Daniel. Ballistics on the way. Well, that'll help the castle at least. Some repair vills for the cannon. He can go for the castle again. Needs to be careful of the traction trebs. It needs to be real careful of the traction trebs. They don't have chemistry, so they'll have an extra attack. I guess that helps. 1 attack per projectile. Probably adds up somehow. Maybe not. Oh, is that a speed up in capture age? Is it just struggling? Daniel now with the Vill lead. Heavy camel, chain barding armor, ballistics. All infantry does regenerate, yes. Not just the swordsmen. The halbs regenerate, but they don't regenerate if they're dead, and that's what the hand cannoneers are doing to them. killing them rather quickly. Chitaugny is a strong tech. Here comes some light cav, but something tells me the light cav won't themselves work all that well against the hand cannoneers? Well, let's see. If they somehow work well, that could change the game. There still is a light cav raid in Daniel's eco. Daniel trying to get another castle up. I feel like the castle might need to be in his farms again. On the front, the light cav not doing too much. Halb's still pushing. Guard tower for Barles. This castle could secure wood lines. Daniel doesn't have any vills going for it. The light cav are massacring him in the rear. Pop's still equal for both players. Huge KD lead still for Daniel as he's trying to push a castle in the middle of Barles' base. Now if he can get to the farming eco, he can stop the light cav production. That is a ton of stables for Barles as he's trying to go full light cav. And Daniel, having had his farms raided quite a bit, might struggle to make the camels he needs to stop the light cav, but he does have a few heavy camel in production himself. Here comes some light cav for picking off the trebs. And this is tricky for Daniel because he requires gold units, but at least he has 36 vills on gold. And these are not fights that Barles can win, but he can have more eco and spam raids everywhere throughout Daniel's economy. Daniel, who still only has fletching, and I still feel like fletching and bodkin for the castles for defending his eco would be great for him. We did see him do ballistics earlier. And it could come down to relics and gold control, still 4-2 relics in favor of Daniel. Barles going for some gold on the side. Daniel somehow didn't scout that gold. Ooh, that'll come back to bite him, not scouting the corners. Oop. Did he... Okay, he has seen the gold in the north. And, oh, this castle is going to be denied. The light cav hitting the vills. 70% in the castle denied. That'll leave the raiding possibility open for Barles. But the front of Barles' base still pushed heavily. Oh, those heavy camels will be nasty here. Even just two of them. They will meat shield the hand cannoneers too. Well, how many light cav do those camels just stop? Oh my gosh, the traction trebs. These things are OP. How is the Three Kingdoms unit better than the cannon? What is this? Barles still holding. And the raids are there, the halbs are there. Camels do not want to fight halbs. Swordsmen have to deal with ulams. The KD keeps increasing for Daniel, but the eco KD is horrible for him. He's lost 89 vills. If there's a civ with whom you're going to lose vills, at least Hindustanis can add them in cheaply. Is this game longer than the last set yet? Almost. I mean, it might be. We're, what, an hour into it? It probably is longer than the last set. And cannoneers wishing they had ballistics or arquebus. Trebs running there. Daniel's composition still depends on gold. He's doing armor for his camels now. Doesn't have Imp Camel yet. Needing to spend too much to get Imp Camel. And despite the push, he still didn't manage to pick the castle off. I feel like if Daniel is going to push castles, he needs to amass 5 or 6 trebuchets. And try to snipe them at once. Has enough camels to defend against the light cav raid now. Barles looking for gold control and a siege workshop push on the left. Daniel still has more gold accessible to him. He could clear out that barracks and maybe wall up. He could stop some of the raids. Look at all those projectiles. Making this hand cannoneers fight in the shade. Oh, the Vill raids continue with light cav. Barles catching up in score. He's up by 20,000 res collected. And he's managing to avoid fighting Daniel head on. Part of me feels like this castle instead needed to be here in the back, protecting the farms. And then Daniel could have added in his own cav line too. Continued with Hussar, hand cannoneer, camel, instead of just hand cannoneers. And now look at the pop difference. 200 pop for Barles, 100 pop for Daniel. And his eco has been picked apart. He's down to 73 villagers. And Barles, by these two forward barracks, how much damage have those halb raids done? Maybe Daniel needed to keep 10 hand cannoneers throughout his eco. Spread them out a bit to stop the raids. Find ways to get himself walled. Barles has been everywhere. And with the traction trebs, this unit is insane at holding and stopping treb and bombard cannon pushes. With 14 range, there's no way to pick them off when they're guarded by halbs. They can dodge treb shots, and halbs protect them from cav. And then what do? They even kill monks. Yeah, traction treb plus halb really can't be pushed. Now, Daniel could have tried to play maybe a long game for gold control, but that would have required him making sure he were walled and not being raided. Not that this is a bad castle, but I think he needed to secure his farming eco first. Imagine if Daniel had this stone secured, and then had 2 more castles in his eco this game. Hand cannoneers and ram, I don't think that counters them. They have, maybe hand cannoneers counter them if they snipe them off. But remember, you need to have the delay when you ungarrison now, so you can't simply come out and snipe. Maybe hand cannoneers and siege towers. But Barles now doing it with this push. Finally, traction trebs, if you get to the point where traction trebs take out castles, they're so bad against buildings that it's maybe fair to call it. Barles with a good score lead now. Daniel finally raiding into Barles' economy, but I think it's a bit too little too late. He's down to 89 population. And Barles still pop capped at 200. There's the GG from Daniel, and Barles does it. I think full stone wall would have made sense. And look, these 2 barracks here did so much damage against Daniel getting halbs into the eco. Daniel even reacted with a castle in the middle, which was nice, but he never had units at home to fight the halbs. And in part, that was because of the eco advantage Barles had early on. Maybe at some point the answer for Daniel was add in a 3rd TC a bit earlier on his way to Imp, just to get the eco rolling a bit more. And those outposts he made outposts, but maybe a bit late, and he didn't recognize that the barracks were in his line of sight. Even just outposting earlier, without being full walled, could have changed the game. Yeah, Bodkin probably would have helped too on the castle, would have taken even better fights at the front. It's hard to do all that stuff, though, because of the eco difference. And the real answer might be, could Daniel have balanced his economy better throughout the Castle Age into the Imperial Age transition, while maintaining the forward position with a better eco to have more options available in Imp? As Barles had such a good eco that he could afford the difference in KD, close the eco difference, and then maybe Daniel's able to stop the raids more. Anyway, still a really good game. I would consider Barles a heavy favorite, so for Daniel to come out swinging game 1, that bodes well for him. Oh gosh, I'm getting a news post. Learn what happens about the franchise in 2026. I read about campaigns and civilizations to Age 4. No. Oh, they're announcing the Last Chieftains expansion for Age 2. Finally, they're announcing that. That's been a thing that's been in the works for a while. Alright, so Barles takes game 1. And what were the civs there? That was the Wu against the Hindustanis. Oh, I'm muted. Why am I muted? What did I hit to mute myself? Daniel did pretty well. Yeah, it felt like a lot of small things that snowballed after a while. But still, an encouraging game, I think, for Daniel. Even if he did lose. And here we are, Barles now in the red. So we will have Daniel as the blue Vietnamese to the southwest and Barles as the red Inca to the north. And again, Fire Lancers could be amazing for the Vietnamese, and although maybe less so against Slingers from the Inca. But okay, now I'm curious how Fire Lancers would do in this matchup. As Daniel goes forward, he knows exactly where Barles' TC is, and he will look to lame. Barles has 2 pairs of duplicate rugs. Daniel also has 2 pairs of duplicate rugs. Where is his final rug? Must be under a house somewhere. Back berries, forward gold for Daniel, 2 wood lines at the front, somewhat decent wall for him. And he's trying to steal some sheep, but not going to have that right away. Eagle there to defend. And apologies for the ad being in the middle of the Dark Age. I guess I T90-esque yabbered at the end of the previous game. And didn't click the ad fast enough. Alright, so in case you were in the ad break, we have Daniel as the blue Vietnamese, Barles as the red Inca, and Daniel immediately comes forward to try to lame. Didn't manage to get a couple of sheep that were at the front, Barles grabbed them in time, and now Barles will be hiding his sheep in the back by his wood line. And I did read Go Hokies 00 earlier, for the follow I did. I probably pronounced it incorrectly though. And Vil going out to take the boar. Could the scout lame the boar here? Remember, the scout needs 2 hits. Daniel will see the Vil, and Barles is thinking, nope, I'll go to the berries. 1 hit, and 2 hits, and he gets the boar. Gets the boar cleanly. The eagle is pretty far forward, but out of the way. And I think Daniel should be able to get this back, and maybe even grab his sheep on the way. He scouts them properly. So a second boar will be forward for Daniel. The eagle... don't think it'll scout that. Daniel didn't find his boar either. The Inca icon looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I never played Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon or any trading card games. And we'll probably have a counter lame though from Barles. He will see the sheep and grab them. And will he now find the boar? He does, and I think he won't hesitate to take that. Yep, there he goes. But Daniel will have his scout right there. Will Daniel scout this? Ooh, he is really close to scouting it. Will he see it? Will he see it? He sees the boar. He sees the boar, and he noticed. Daniel noticed, and now he will try to stop it. Can he stop it, though? That is pretty far away. And he's going to loop around. We're getting 3 civs. Yes, I just saw the 3 civs. I need to make South American themed random maps, so if anyone has ideas, let me know. And Daniel here, he tries to block the eagle. So here you're in a situation where the boar does more damage to the eagle than the scout does, so you try to block the eagle and make the boar attack it. And the scout is faster, but not all that faster. And Barles is almost back now. Can Daniel get another good block? Barles doing a good job of zigzagging and not getting hit by the boar. Daniel now can try to block the boar. And doing a good job of that, but the boar not running back. The eagle staying close. You can just have the eagle stand still and wait for the boar now. Barles maybe mismicroing a bit under the TC. Oh, and is the boar walking back? The boar is walking back. What happened there? Why is that walking back? Vils will come over. There's a militia coming over. And Daniel's going to lose some more HP on his scout there. And Barles will eventually get that boar, but slowed down a bit. If you are drushing and don't have the second boar, you're slowing down your feudal. Daniel's clicking loom, and he's had 2 boar. He's up to the next stage. Just by virtue of having the boar faster, you end up winning the lame war. He needs to be careful not to lose the scout, though. You can share links here, Genoese Crossbowman. You should be able to. Does this Arabia version put boars in the back? No, it does not. We just had 5 new civs and we're getting another one. South America. That's why we're having the Brazil LAN over the summer. They are finally unveiling what they've been planning. There's an in-game pop-up. I just read that between the games, that there's a new DLC, but there's probably more info in a news post. Personally, I'm not looking forward to new civs. I feel like we're already overflowing, and the civs feel more like bloat and slop than anything. I've not enjoyed the Three Kingdom civs at all. I feel like they could also make money just by making a quality product and having a quality set of campaigns. The civs are probably very low effort for them to develop. To make more money in 2027, we don't need to now. So Daniel up to the feudal age, we'll have another minute away for Barles from going up. Need to rework OG civs to fix the power creep, or rework the new civs to make them less powerful. I'd rather not see OG civs be reworked. I'd rather have the game built around the OG civs. Because the new civs have tons of unique units, and it feels like a game of unique units rather than a game of eco-management. Or, like, it feels less Age of Empires when you're playing with very specialized units rather than a game of macro and map control and economy management. So, big continued militia push from Barles, who's been in the Dark Age for a while, trying to be disruptive with the militia as much as he can. Daniel will get his woodline walled, and that'll help him be safe. Barles continuing to hoover around here, and we'll see the man-at-arms upgrade for him. Daniel will very quickly add in an archery range. He can maybe wall in front of the gold, but that 4 gold will be a problem for him. If they'll revamp the pre-existing American civs, like removing eagles from the Inca, that could be interesting. Have them fit the other South American civs. I feel like they're also crossing into territory where trebuchets don't make sense for the civs, and that makes them really awkward to balance. So I think the traction trap has been a huge downside to the Three Kingdoms with how unbalanced it's been. And the more they vary from the AoE2 formula, the less interesting the civs are. I mean, there's already been job loss, Ray. The Capture Age team had to lay people off. But that has very little to do with Age of Empires, in all honesty, and more with Microsoft as a whole. So, Men-at-Arms killing a Vil. And Archer comes forward. So have a couple of walls up on the gold. Yeah, I don't like how they're like splitting regions up. I kind of liked how one civ represented multiple peoples in one region before. I think that lent itself very cleanly to a flexible civ design that could go for multiple strategies. And the regionalization in itself is fitting in with the very strong uniqueness of the units that they're trying to make, which makes them feel inappropriate for AoE2, I think. Prize pool, they could probably hire one competent programmer for a year and have a pretty big impact on lots of areas of the game. So, Skirm and Eagle War at the front of the gold as the Skirms come over. And we'll have more farms going up for Daniel. As now the Men-at-Arms hoover around, but they will find this area of the map walled. Maybe Daniel needs to add some more houses there. But with that forward gold, Barles is taking a ton of map control. Daniel could go to the back gold. He did scout that, despite the early laming. But now he is certainly on the back foot, falling behind by 500 res collected thanks to all the idle eco. Look at that idle eco timing. It's almost a double for Daniel. In fact, it is double for Daniel over what Barles has. It's been 6 years and we still don't have a functional lobby/party system.
Okay. Okay.
More ranges for Daniel, but he is falling back. He's down in military numbers and pushed off the main goal to trying to amass skirms, struggling to take the fight. The good thing is his skirms do have more HP, but pure numbers still matter more. That was a pause and a half. Watching the range go up, and now here come the cheap Inca towers. At least the Inca villas won't have their blacksmith upgrades, but the Inca are forward. I think it's over. Maesty wins again. Market going up for Daniel. After the set, we can take a look at their news announcement.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Cool to see them still involved. The problem is they're not involved in improving the game. I feel like they're involved in adding slop to the game, which is not the way I want to see them involved. Like, adding more civs feels like we're just kind of infinite doom scrolling on social media, watching AI-generated content now. I feel like we've hit that part. Like we're beyond the we've added too many civs stage, and we're at the slop stages. That's the thing, I don't think the civs really have any impact on tournaments, because tournaments are all community run. I'm sure Nilly gets a budget, and I'm sure that they'll probably have like a one-time tournament edition for the new civs and stuff. But the long-term impact, I think, is much less than if they had invested in making a more quality product. And I still feel like funding more is driven by how Microsoft Gaming as a whole does, as we have GG from Daniel, and feel like he lost that game early on. And the Inca being Inca, getting huge numbers out with their discount and overwhelming even the Vietnamese who had the better Dark Age. I didn't play the Chronicles, so I don't know what the Thracians are. Maybe I don't want to know. But it's kind of amazing how 12 to 10 KD can matter. But simply having the bigger military numbers advantage, from having the men-at-arms early on to transitioning to the cheaper units from the ranges, means no matter what you're doing, you're giving yourself an eco lead. You're ahead in eco because you're idling more. And yeah, there's a 3.0 eco KD, but the bigger thing is that number in the bottom right, the total idle eco, 16 minutes to 5 minutes. The men-at-arms from Barles, even though he was up later, he kept adding the militia. He forced the early fights inside of Daniel's base. He idled Daniel's economy, and there was at no point a single counter-raid from Daniel on the eco of Barles. As Maesty says, Barles did a very nice job. And if Maesty's complimentary of you, you know you did a great job. Maesty's an honest man. It's a win for the Inca and a loss for the Vietnamese in the same civ pick slot. Yeah, Death Counter, we know about the horrible news of new civs. I've known that for a while, but it is public now. And more civs. Well, there's always going to be more civs that... The potential for more civs will never end. It'll turn into a paradox-like game. Hold on, I just got a phone call from my doctor. Let me check the message. Alright, I'll need to call them after this set. They might remove Wu, Shu, and Wei from ranked if they're going to add 3 new South American civs. Most players would want them out. They should try. They should take Wu, Shu, and Wei and replace them with medieval Chinese civs. Give us Tibetans and Tanguts and some other civ that fits the theme. And shove those into Chronicles. I wonder if we're going to get the 16-player setup. As that's been in the game for a while now, support for 16 players in the maps. Alright, here we are, clicking into the game. I absolutely hate the fact I need to alt-tab to another website just to check if the game starts. And then I miss the Dark Age because I don't alt-tab fast enough. Sorry about that. I'm reading 2 browsers worth of chat and alt-tabbing for a game that doesn't have a functional lobby system. It's harder than it should be. And maybe one day we'll have North American civs. Either way, we will have Daniel to the north playing as the Chinese. He'll have some duplicate carpets, duplicate rugs. To the south, we will have Barles. He is a duplicate. He is playing as the Vikings. So 2 really good economies. Chinese with the extra villagers, Vikings with a free wheelbarrow and handcart. Chinese eco starts from the get-go. Vikings have to get to feudal and then castle to get that added in. I mean, I think my biggest gripe with the Romans is it's $15 for 1 civ, the way they included them with the AoE 1 thing. And I think it is the worst value DLC you can get. So, a house atop the hill there for Barles. They are older. Albert, they are older. They are older even than Huns would be. Slow space for a second African DLC, a North American DLC. You can split the Saracens, split the Teutons, split the Slavs, split the Vikings, split the Celts. They've already split the Franks of all civs. And I guess in some ways split the Spanish into Spain and Portuguese. Not the Teutons. Alright, remember, someday Barbarossa 1 is gonna have a civ for every one of those factions. I said the Celts, Death Counter. I said the Celts. We'll have Celts, Irish, Welsh, Saxons, split the Goths. Even split the Britons, split the Japanese. Splitting the Japanese is when you know they've really gotten away from AoE 2. So, later uptime for Barles, Daniel going up quickly as the Chinese, 20 vills, 1 scout, and rather well walled he'll be with his gold in the back by the wood line. Can go straight to the TC from the edge of the map, and even will have the berries inside of his wall. So, a very compact base, and could be a good opening if he goes scouts here. Barles coming forward with a couple of militia. They will have more HP as the Vikings. Question for Daniel is, does he try to wall up this side? And he's going to go kind of to the top of the hill. Maybe should have just gone in a straight line to the edge. I guess it is the same number of palisades to wall a diagonal as a straight line, but I fear the militia will get in before he's finished walling, and that indeed they will. He'll see it with the extra vision on the Chinese TC. And now I think he needs to quick wall from the gold to the TC to keep the militia out. Scout comes over. The scout will hoover around and maybe try to stop the walling. And he can wall behind this. Nicely done, nicely done. And he needs a house or another palisade. There he goes. And the militia will not get in. How did game 1 end? Game 1 ended with Barles picking apart Daniel with relentless light cav raids, and in the long run having a better economy. None of the civs we mentioned would be more out there than Wu Wei or Shu. So here is double bit axe for Daniel. Will people still refer to these civs as Meso-civs? Ah, yes. Mesoamerica referring to the Aztecs and the Maya. In all of the game files, the architecture set is listed as Meso with its prefix. And Meso was an accurate term for them, but the Inca are from South America, not from Mesoamerica. And calling them Mesoamerican civs is no longer accurate. So I try to say just the American civs. But that may no longer even be accurate with the new DLC. Can we split T and West apart? Only if usernames allow hyphens. Sometimes they don't allow hyphens, so that is very context dependent if we can split T and West apart. Definitely want a North American DLC. They did add the United States as a civ to Age of Empires 3, which despite the Romans in AoE 2, and the Three Kingdoms not being in the right time period, I think that is the most outrageously inappropriate civ they've added to a game. The whole point of AoE 3 is that the US doesn't exist yet. Who gets the cataphract, T or West? The T gets the elite, the West gets the cataphract. And the hyphen can get its own extra blast furnace for fun. And they can all share with Logistica. One of my favorite Civ Builder setups was Cataphracts with the Sicilian bonus. They murdered pikemen. Didn't they say at the launch of DE there wouldn't be more civs? And I wish they had kept to that. I think the problem with the AoE 2 franchise is it doesn't actually have a good management or long-term creative direction that really understands what they're doing. Because it feels like they've just been throwing darts at the wall and trying to hit the target without really knowing what they're doing. They've tried Battle Royale. They've tried AoE 1 in the AoE 2 engine. Chronicles as a separate way of putting AoE 1 in the AoE 2 engine. They've tried occasional... Remember at the start where they had all those games as a service crappy events for unlocking skins, trying to be Fortnite? They've tried campaign-only stuff, which was very low effort because they just copied mods instead of making proper campaigns. And I don't know what they're doing. Have I considered the shareholders? Have you considered how T90 won the only Battle Royale tournament and they haven't done a second one? you could split Aztecs into more civs. Yeah, you could have Aztecs, you could have the Tlaxcala. You could have every campaign being its own civ. Remember that scenario where you had to save Tabasco and they were scripted to die after a few minutes? Tabasco could be its own civ.
何种命令？
That would be so hot, like Tabasco sauce.
就绪。什么？
How do you monetize? I think there's a lot of room for monetizing AoE 2 if you make a quality single-player product that includes campaigns, includes maybe some more scenarios or game features that are unlocked there. I think part of the way they handicapped themselves in terms of monetization came from how they've done the ranked system, in that if they introduce new maps and put them in the ranked pool, they need to ensure everyone has access to them. And so if you look back at the African Kingdoms and the Raja's DLCs and some of the ways they were able to make content for them, where they added the special maps, they added the cracked terrain and the bog terrain, and they added a bunch of new features that were not civilizations, they can't really do that in DE because the matchmaking won't handle it. And because of that, the Civ DLCs have been just that, Civ DLCs that are more expensive with fewer features. To the monetized patches and you have to pay for good pathing. You have to pay to get Nilly to read your pathing DMs. So there's a cleanup from Daniel, scouts and archers, and maybe as the Chinese, he finally has a good enough eco that he can really get the game going on his terms. He's fended off Barles' initial assault, and a spear will come over. Good luck surviving against those archers. And Daniel has a stable and 2 ranges. He's up to the castle age and ready to make a crossbowman transition. Maybe it's all T90's fault for winning Battle Royale. Barles has the Way Civ emblem? I still don't even know the Civ emblems. I need Capture Age to give me the text on top of the emblems so I can learn what they are. At least I have the names up here. I need the names to know what they are. I know he's saying that. I'm saying I don't know what the emblem looks like. Did I put Snapper instead of Salmon in one of his maps? We'll do map scripting after this set. We'll look at the patch notes, then do, or the DLC notes, then do map scripting. The pathing definitely was better since Snilly got involved in the pathing team. Now if only we could have a mod team that put the same effort into improving the mod center, a lobby team that put the same effort into improving the lobbies, a matchmaking team to put the same effort into improving the matchmaking, a map team so I didn't have to remake all of the in-game maps every tournament to fix bugs in them. There's a lot of stuff they could do. And they all make civs. So Ville's forced away from the wood line as the crossbows come around. Scouts come forward, and the skirm defense from Barles will fend off the scouts, and he will try to add a TC, but this will be a TC and boom defense from Barles. He has gold and stone inside of his walls, adding in the university now, so if Daniel could get a quick 2 additional TCs added behind this, he'll have an eco lead. But it looks like instead he's going to go for the rocket carts, and Daniel will be pushing. Just a lobby team system. I miss the Vuli days. I'll have to make an in-depth video discussion about the lobby system, because it seems to be a hot topic now. And I know it's, you know, a lot of people say those things don't sell copies, but think about how many players probably try multiplayer, lose their first 10 games in a row, and then never play it again. He's like, oh, a couple of scouts. There's a hole. There's a hole somewhere here on this hill for Barles. And he needs to patch that up before the crossbows get over. I think he'll go patch it up now. And when the new player experience for multiplayer is so bad, I think that will in the long run affect your experience with players picking up the game. I described you there? Yeah. I mean, the new player lobby on Vubli wasn't perfect, but at least it provided some type of cushion if you just wanted to go play Black Forest or Green Arabia. And eventually they did enough Smurf tracking that they would stop duplicate accounts there. That's a T90 farm from Barles. That's how you know Barles is being pressured a bit. He had to do guard tower and a T90 farm. I like those guard towers. This is my favorite building in the game, the guard tower of the Eastern European or Central European architecture. I'm used to calling it Eastern European because it was West and East in the original game, but there are more architectures now. Lose 40 in a row. And I feel like when we look at the DLCs, the review scores have consistently gone down over time. And I think that also is a quality of the overall reflection of the game itself, and the lack of quality in obvious areas of the game. That long-term has an effect on people's decisions of whether or not to buy DLCs. Or whether or not people are continuing to play the game. You don't think you'll get negative reviews? Probably won't be as bad as Three Kingdoms. But remember, Mountain Royals was pretty bad too. I think that was around 70-ish last I checked. It's the most obvious area where it should be improved. Pretty much everything involving the ranked multiplayer system, from remaining in your party after a game to the new player experience where they have to lose 10 games in a row at least before starting to get balanced games, to how lobbies, matchmaking, and quick play are split up into 3 separate menus. The whole Alt F4 situation where you can't pick the map you want to play, so we're left with people dodging maps so they don't waste time playing a map that they don't have enough bans for. The fact that you need to queue with 4 players, which kind of to just have enough map bans, which kind of defeats the purpose of a matchmaking system if you then need to find your teammates without using the tool for finding teammates. And the thing is, this isn't something that should require a lot of complex development work like the pathfinding. I know it's maybe a bit naive to say that, but this is not a system that is confined to the spaghetti code of the existing product. The matchmaking system is something that is completely new for DE. And they can't fall back on that same excuse that people make for them of the code being quote-unquote spaghetti. Maybe more single-player campaigns. Maybe more multiplayer game modes. I think you need to be very careful about how you do it to make sure that you're selling an actual product and not just a patch. But I think there are ways of doing, like, say, unit skins, for example, as we're kind of in the moment where players are just booming, and Barles is using guard towers to defend against the rocket cart. I think you could do something where every civ, like, for example, has their own castle now. You throw out a single-player campaign, and then your campaign becomes you complete some type of achievement in the campaign. And instead of just having a pop-up that says you complete the achievement, you maybe unlock some type of castle architecture that's unique to the campaign that you bought. And if you're not a campaign player, then when you buy the DLC, you also have a way, similar to how Smash Melee had different ways of unlocking the character. You unlock some new architecture based on doing something in multiplayer, whether it's a certain number of games played or victories with the Civ, or a certain number of units trained. You can probably come up with something more creative than that. But you package that into the DLC, and that way you're not selling simply skins, but they're something that enhances the experience rather than being content unto themselves, where it feels more like the useless horse armor. and maybe even kind of culturally insensitive to be selling accurate architectures rather than having them be a natural part of the game. And I think you can come up. That's one example, but you really start thinking about how do you incorporate things like random map scripts or unit skins or any other content that the game might sell into actual DLC. And I think you can come up with something that's pretty good. As we have a Doubt Castle, but it does go up for Barles. Both players up to Imp at about the same time. Barles slightly faster, and he will have the higher hill. And it will be a Treb War. A Treb War, let's see, we have Siege Engineers. Neither Civ has Siege Engineers, right? Oh, the Vikings do have it. Could consider rushing Siege Engineers to university, or have your university in the back rush Siege Engineers for the castle fight. You consider doing, let's see, Masonry on the way up and rush Siege Engineers when you get Imp. That'd be an interesting way to do it, but also very expensive on the wood. Daniel doing Handcart now. And he will have a second castle, so he'll have double castle Treb production. Barles' stone is forward, and the positioning from Daniel will stop Barles from mining that stone. So he'll have to move out to a second stone. There's one all the way out there in the back. There's one by his TC in the back here. But he only has 6 vills there, so if he wants a second castle, he'd need to buy it. And I think Daniel will have the timing advantage for the Treb fight, and he's also up by 2k resources. So it feels like he's in a really good spot. He was able to boom behind his pressure this time, better than he was in game 1 as the Hindustanis. Do Vikings have keep? They don't have keep. Ooh. That modders put a price on their mods? Microsoft takes a cut. I'm pretty sure every time that's been tried, it is, or at least every example I've seen that tried, it has not worked out well. Yeah, I remember Steam tried that years ago. I'd rather see a quality product. And then you also run into the view of why would you actually sell your mod through Microsoft's service? Why not just sell it yourself? And if the only thing Microsoft provides is discoverability, you don't have a good way of really making it discoverable. Yeah, that has been tried many times, Gonçal. Isn't that how Bethesda runs their Creation Club stuff? And you don't... I feel like you don't really get a lot of high-quality content out of that. Didn't Skyrim have paid mods at one point, too? Maybe they still do. So castle fight here. Barles taking good advantage of that hill, getting his Trebs on top of it. But Daniel will get more Trebs out. This could be a bit more of an investment into the Treb fight, though, if Daniel simply has enough Trebs to snipe one castle when he loses 2 castles. But Barles trying to get a 3rd Treb, and based on his repairs and being uphill, should be able to get a 4th. That's 3 Trebs for him. Masonry done, that'll make the repairs a bit cheaper. Bethesda has it now, and it's a disaster. Yep. That's my one reference point. I haven't really experimented much with it myself, but everything I've seen regarding the system seems like it is exactly as you say, a disaster. All right, I don't think we have worries about making AoE 2 heavier, although that is happening with the map scripts. If you saw me showing off the Arabia script earlier today, it takes longer and longer to generate what should be the simplest map in the game. So skirms in the castle. Vill's going to build the castle. And Trebs here taking it out. 6 Trebs. 6 Trebuchets you are not going to out-repair, even atop a hill. Barles has 31 Vills there. But if he has 7 Trebs, you will not out-repair. He's doing his best. That is a lot of stone he's spending. And he's gotten 4 Trebs of his own. As I said, he's trading 1 castle for 2. And also maybe getting more Trebs. As we're going to get an 8th Treb on the way. If he can take out the castle, though, before the next Treb, he's forcing Daniel to spend a lot of time repairing. Now he can repair his own Trebs. Rocket carts moving forward. Trebs might need to snipe the rocket carts. Vills need to repair and keep that Treb alive. No more castle to defend them. Guard tower maybe can defend it. That tower needs to be garrisoned. Barles needs to garrison the Vills. And the Treb goes down. But he does get the castle. He does get the castle. Problem is, he just spent so much economy in the Treb war, he no longer has a melee unit. If he had any type of melee, which is hard for the Vikings because they don't want to go cav, they really want to go infantry. Then he could run forward and snipe the Trebs. They're defended merely by skirmishers. In the absence of a way to snipe Trebs, he will simply lose his own Trebs. And there is a two-handed swordsman, but he has 7 two-handed swordsmen. That isn't quite enough when there are 18 skirmishers on the field, and the swordsmen don't have their final armor. I don't think Red Bull has that type of budget, Chicho. And if they did, I think they'd want more of a return than simply hosting a tournament would provide. No ballistics for Daniel. That's true, no ballistics. But he has numbers, and that's what matters. Skirm numbers to pick off the two-handed swordsman. And he has Cavalier on the way, and he will be able to raid that outlying stone he now sees. There's a few skirms there already. Barles mining stone like a madman now, but Daniel 180 pop to 124, had the better eco behind the Treb war and has many Trebs still alive. No more Trebs for Barles. And Barles still trying to get the swordsman numbers out. Now he has more swordsmen, so Daniel might have to fall back with his Trebs a bit. Maybe he needs to think about adding arbalists and not just skirms. There he goes, Arb upgrade on the way, ballistics on the way. He's going to do another forward castle. Pretty much no danger for that castle because of all the Trebs that were already destroyed from Barles. Pay to replace the Empire Wars mode is something called Red Bull Wars. I don't think that would ever be worth it for them because they literally have the Red Bull logo in the game. At least they did for the last tournament, and no one plays Empire Wars outside of their tournament. I don't think that would ever change, and it probably from a marketing standpoint doesn't make sense to have a dead game mode named after you. I mean, there are certainly marketing deals with video games. Look at any sports video games, and there's probably product placement in them. So maybe that someone would want to do that. I have no idea what type of commitment that would take, though. Creation Club is not paid mods, according to Bethesda. It is, in fact, paid mods. Maybe I'll need to actually take a better look into that and experiment with it myself. I know they included a bunch of Creation Club content as some type of Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition soon. But from what I heard was that there was very little in the way of actual content, and most of that was just skins. And they have some currency system for managing it. There's Thumb Ring and Iron Casting on the way. And another a one villager castle from Daniel. Let's go, Barles. Defending the left side with a castle. Still trying to hold on. He's at a huge population and eco differential, and down in KD, and down by 10k res collected, and has 0 trebuchets to Daniel still having 4. Or to Daniel still having 2, now that 2 went down. Minecraft is getting an Adidas DLC. Now that makes me feel like I never want to play Minecraft. An Adidas DLC. I miss the 90s and the aughts. I feel like one of the reasons I want to play Age of Empires is so I don't need to deal with that type of thing. King, the intro should be drinking Red Bull. Here's a GG. And Daniel gets on the scoreboard. Well, we have seen reverse sweeps, but Daniel did just use his best save, and Barles still has the Chinese remaining in his back pocket. Or maybe in his front pocket, because they were his first picked civ. The Twest Super Special DLC? I've been thinking about that recently. Like personally, it has not been fun for me to play with the Three Kingdoms, or even all of the new civs that they've been trickling into the game. I've been thinking about simply making my own balance mod. reverting, starting from the conquerors, and slowly adding some things back that I like, excluding things that I don't like, trying to keep it more balanced around AOC levels so you don't have power creep. Maybe hosting some community events on it. Why don't people play Empire Wars? I feel that the game mode has much less game-to-game variation than Arabia does. In many ways, Arabia Huns has more game-to-game variation than map pack pick civs, and I think Empire Wars amplifies the lack of variation, where you have to follow a very tight build order right from the start of the game, and there's less room for improvisation. New DLC should be removing the 3 Kingdom civs. Maybe the Super Specialty West DLC can include 3 medieval Chinese civs. It's just an idea I've been floating around for a while, and the more stuff changes, the more tempted I am to do it. Modding is pain. Death counter, I've made Tetris in AoE 2. I know the pain. Yes, that is how you do it. You write code to generate the data mod. Otherwise, it is absolutely insane to keep up with changes to the game. You generate the data mod. You don't write your own data mod, unfortunately. Would people prefer an Empire Wars ladder? We have a 9-Vil start. I think that a 9-Vil start ladder would be more popular than Empire Wars by far, especially if it's used for tournaments that incorporate a 9-Vil start. I'm not the biggest fan of the 9-Vil start, but I like it a lot more than I thought I would when we first came up with the settings in, I think it was like the Deep Waters League, and then a John Slow event did it, and we did it in the first Warlords. So now we have Barles using his Chinese civ. We'll put him back in the red. Daniel will be the blue way to the west. Barles will be the red Chinese to the east. Triple yellow carpets for Barles. Double yellow carpets for Daniel. Still looking for another player. Also double blue rugs to get all unique carpets. There's that about 1.54% chance. Like 5,000 lines of code, nice. Chinese mirror, sure. I still prefer the Chinese economy here, but the Wei have a good economy in their own right with the free villagers. And fighting atop the hill will have an HP advantage on the scout for Barles. Got 1 extra hit in. 1 HP of an advantage now. And Barles will look to leverage that economy as best he can. The Vikings in the previous game are a civ that have an amazing eco bonus, but not quite as amazing as the Chinese these days. As some of the changes that have been made to the Chinese in an attempt to make them more new player friendly have, I think, served only to buff them even more for a pro level. The fact that they don't need to make houses now at the start of the game, that is an incredible buff for them. And a scout, Daniel, right into the TC. That scout goes down. And Barles, he's the Chinese. He has extra line of sight on the TC. He could see that coming. Also, the sheep, your starting sheep, are much closer to your TC than they were in the past, so you get your eco started much earlier. And now 22 seconds of idle TC for Barles, and that's it. He shouldn't get any more as long as he force drops properly, and he has a second Vil queued as he's pulling in the boar, and I think Barles is all set for his eco. Yeah, the Fire Lancers are a huge buff for the Chinese. I feel like the Chinese as a civ made more sense when they had camels rather than Fire Lancers. In a 1v1, it's very map dependent, but for team games, it was nice to have the pocket civ as an option that could swap between cavaliers or camels, and then also have them viable going archers on the flank. Now they're less strong as a pocket civ. And I feel that Fire Lancers are a very strong 1v1 unit in the right situation. Potentially more so than camels, depending on the map. For the Chinese, adding Fire Lancers, at least they had a trade-off in that they lost camels. Where Fire Lancers really shine are for Vietnamese and Koreans, who simply receive Fire Lancers without a corresponding nerf. And we've certainly seen those civs excel with the Fire Lancers. It is very weird having the anti-cav unit not be countered at least somewhat by skirmishers. And it is much better, even though it doesn't have the same bonus attack that the pikemen or the halbs do. I think it's much better than they are in that respect, because they don't get countered as easily. Yeah, that's my impression of them, Gonsal, that the Chinese with the Fire Lancers are better for 1v1s, but worse for team games. But that's, maybe I shouldn't say worse, maybe I should just say less versatile, because they can't be played as a cav civ as well. They lose one of their options that they had. But now as the archer civ, they can add in Fire Lancers. And I haven't seen enough team games with Fire Lancers to know exactly where they belong or where they don't. But I think it helps them in that situation. And when I see team games and drafts for civs, these days usually I see the Chinese used as a flank civ. In the past on Arabia in the AOC days, you'd see them as one of the top 4 civs played because they could be either the flank or the pocket, and I think they lose a bit of that versatility that was characteristic of them in the past. And we'll have some walls going up on the edge of the map for Daniel. A couple of militia breaking through. They'll be atop the hill. Having a hill bonus against the house is great for militia. Why do we never see double cav in team games? We do occasionally. Pretty easily countered by walls, though. Hera in Doubt did have success with that Khitan plus Hindustani masterpiece, with the Hindustani team bonus plus the double attack for the Khitans, breaking through buildings rather easily. Which is what Daniel has to worry about on that house. He will get feudal and then get more HP on the house and 1 more melee armor. That makes the house much stronger. Barles now forward with a 3rd militia. Barles has been liking his militia these games. And Daniel makes an archery range to defend. Doesn't have a spear out yet. And as the way, Daniel now will get 1 villager per every eco bonus he does. So you prioritize double bit axe and also horse collar. Part of the strength of going men-at-arms against the way is sometimes you can force them to defend and spend their economy faster than they can afford horse collar, but here Daniel manages to add it in, so he'll get that extra vil. When you're going men-at-arms, usually you skip horse collar. We'll see Barles just adding double bit axe right now, but usually you skip horse collar because of how tight the build is. And if you can force the way to do that, that's great, but Daniel did get his walls up in time that he's able to defend, and has the resources to afford it. So his first defensive goal, afford horse collar, is complete. Now he'll try to defend with archers, as a 4th militia comes forward for Barles. All the new OP civs, I feel it's been a while since they've stopped being used as pocket. Also the fact that people don't play random Civ Arabia, or random Civ Arabia-like maps all that much anymore. And especially on the latter, there's a lot of position picking. Because even if you turn on random civs, you're still picking colors and putting players' pocket or flank position. especially if you're playing in a random queue. You play with randoms, you know they're picking those pocket colors as fast as they can. People don't like playing flanks. But putting the civs in specific locations also hurts some of the versatility you see with different civs too. You're never gonna see an American civ as a pocket these days. Unless it is indeed random civ, random position. Yeah, they really don't like that house, but that's what you do. Do the Chinese have arson? Arson, remember, this was discounted in the recent patch and even more discounted now for Barles as the Chinese. So if he wants to do arson to break through the house faster, he can. And arson for men-at-arms actually is pretty darn devastating. We saw Viper use it very well as the Japanese earlier on. Archers and skirms keep coming forward. Gambeson's arson was discounted too, wasn't it? It got 50 food discounted. Maybe I am thinking just of Gambeson's. Yeah, that was 50 food discounted. Was arson discounted earlier then? It used to be 150, and even with the Chinese bonus, that looks cheaper than that. Minus 10%. Unless I'm just hallucinating like an AI. Yeah, there's so many patch notes. I cast this game every day and I don't even know what the patch notes are. Arson stayed the same. Okay, I'll trust Maesty. He's fletching on the way. I'll trust him more than I'll trust that 65 food tech tree description. And there is padded archer armor for Daniel. Daniel rushing up a house, and at the very least, this house, is that still at the foot of the hill? I don't think there is a hill bonus anymore for these houses, but the men-at-arms still will break through quickly regardless. No attack upgrades, but that still is a good army of men-at-arms backed up by skirms and archers and continuing to push forward. And still 300 extra res collected for the Chinese. Daniel with a good villager lead though. Barles is a bit more idle time as he's gone feudal. And the house goes up. Men-at-arms did not walk on top of that foundation fast enough. Those houses just burning down. Barles is huffing and puffing and blowing the houses down. About a year ago, arson cost got reduced. Okay, I knew I wasn't going crazy. I knew it wasn't going crazy. It just wasn't the recent patch. It was a while ago. And we'll have a market at the front for Daniel. As his army keeps running around. And a wheelbarrow upgrade comes in for Daniel. Barles still being annoying at the back of that wood line. And this is the last wood line for Daniel. The rest of his base, the way he walled, does not have a wood line in it. And here's the castle age on the way for Barles. Skirm's trying to fend Barles off. And Barles will find another walled hit with his men-at-arms. And potentially break through there. Lots of area for Daniel to re-wall, but that will simply leave the wood line more exposed. And doesn't look like he's going to re-wall in time. That palisade goes down right away. The archers will come forward, and maybe some hero micro on the archers will save this. Yeah, the scout is very low on HP, and so was that first man-at-arms. And Barles decided not to charge in while he's on his way up to the castle age. Daniel suffering, and he clicks up, but over a minute behind. trying to defend his wood line. But he's gotten to a point where he's down only 600 resources against the Chinese, which isn't that bad of a situation to be in. And lots of idle time for Barles, too. Look at that, 16 minutes of idled economy. And yes, he's ahead, but it doesn't feel as though he's Chinese ahead. He's simply normal Civ levels of ahead. And the Wei still have a ways to go for their eco bonus, getting more vills as Daniel adds more technologies. He does have the gold mining upgrade already, but once he gets to the Castle Age, should get at least another vill from Bowsaw, and can consider then handcart, heavy plow, gold, or stone mining simply for vills. Stable going up for Daniel too, and against all the skirms, as he sees even more skirms, he will make a cav transition, adding in armor. Exactly, he still has a way to go. Still has a ways to go. Skirms and men-at-arms coming forward as the scout gets some hits. And the scout goes down. It'll be double stables for Daniel, as the scout comes forward for him, but it's going to be immediately Huiguang Cav. Oh, does this stable get denied at 95%? Does this stable get denied? Tell me that doesn't get denied. Daniel trying to run the vills. The men-at-arms are... Oh my gosh, Daniel. Daniel not getting the stable. If there's a will, there's a way. Well, Daniel had better hoped his villagers wrote their wills, because these men-at-arms are here to get some kills. And there's a farmer going down, making some fertilizer. Skirm is being forced back. Daniel has to come to clean this, and he's going to have half the Huiguang Cav he would like to have. And oh, look at that! It's the Fire Lancer! It's the Fire Lancer to counter the Cav. Much cheaper to add in. You don't need to make a stable transition for them. And it is very smooth to go men-at-arms skirms into Fire Lancers, compared to going camels. Alright, saying at least we took a game. That initial game with the Hindustanis was definitely painful for Daniel not to win, because now he has to face the Chinese. And you don't want to be facing the Chinese. Everything being poked down. Skirms coming over, trying to fight the other skirms. Some Shinbei Raiders coming out. Maybe the Shinbei Raiders can be useful, but these Lancers are killing vills. More vills going down. That's at 11-0. An 11-0 Eco KD. Favoring Barles as more Fire Lancers get skirmed down. Daniel did lose that game with Traction Treb Halbs versus Hand Cannon Bombard Cannon, yes. He did not have enough eco to keep his economy defended, weirdly enough. He needed full 200 pop and some more walls or castles, and couldn't get that up as quickly as Barles could get his raids started. And now Daniel's starting to push back a bit against the Fire Lancers, but it is just a bit now that he's got the Shinbei Raiders out. Behind this, it has been 1, 2, 3, and now a 4th TC for Barles, who is up by 33 villagers, while he's been raiding Daniel and killing 17 villagers. And I don't think there's a way back into this game for Daniel here. He can try to fight Fire Lancers with Shinbei Raiders as much as he wants. Oh, the Fire Lancers go down. Here the Raiders come forward again. Double the vills, 80 to 42, just about double. Tower there. Why add a 4th TC for even more eco? He's at a point where he's damaging Daniel and Daniel doesn't have much military. And he's not in a point where he quickly can add military himself. And this TC in the back is simply for more vills. More vills, a larger vill lead, more than double. Oh, and the siege tower, that's his military, the siege tower. Fire Lancers simply go into the siege. The only thing that can stop Fire Lancers in siege tower is the pathing that makes them get out on the wrong side of the barracks so they can't garrison in the siege tower. More Scorpions on the way for Barles. Scorpions going for some damage on the Shinbei Raiders. Handcart coming in for Barles, improving his eco even more. More than double the vills, and he soon will have handcart, only wheelbarrow for Daniel. And ballistics also on the way for Barles. Maybe he needs to wall behind this, but it'll take a bit for the Shinbei Raiders to break through. There's only 5 of them. And they are chased by the Scorpion. Maybe he doesn't even need to wall. Yeah, the Scorpion's there in time. Another tower for Barles. Oh, and there goes the siege tower. Only 4 Fire Lancers in it, so it's not that speedy. 1.0 speed, the Shinbei Raiders will try to chase it down. But 100 Pierce Armor, good luck dealing with that. Does their charge attack happen instantly and recharge while they're in the siege tower? How many minutes would he need to disconnect for Daniel to equal the vill count? Remember, Barles probably has a few vills queued at the TCs now. So, quite a while, I'd think. Honestly, Barles is at the point where he's almost at 120 vills. He has 8 vills queued. He honestly could disconnect and not need to make another vill. It does charge in the siege tower. The siege tower charges forward too. 5 in-game minutes wouldn't be enough. Probably not, he's only on 1 town center still. Barles coming forward for a castle. Fire Lancers making their way forward. Imp on the way for Daniel with 1 TC. And he will try to 1 TC power this with Shinbei Raiders. Barles himself won't be that far away from clicking up. Use the market to go up whenever he wants. And we'll take Daniel off of gold. Does Daniel have any more gold? He does, but he will call the GG, and Barles goes up 3-1. Closer than it looks. Each player winning their game respectively with the Chinese turns it into a best of 3, and Daniel could not figure out a way to win game number 1. Oh my gosh, that economy difference when the TCs were added. Chinese OP. Alright, so should we look at the patch notes now? Maybe we look at the patch notes and see what they have to say about the new DLC. Barles is a beast. So, win with the Chinese, loss with the Wei. Here, well played for Daniel. And I'm going to try to find patch notes. Give me a moment. There's an in-game news button I can click. Nothing pops up when I click it. Okay, that's probably the mod I have with the news button disabled. Let me look at their Twitter account. Or let me look at their website. It'll probably be on their website. Oh gosh, Age of Empires 2026. Lots of logos. I don't even know what some of these games are. Empires Clash, Heroes Rise. Oh my gosh, Age of Empires Mobile. That is a black mark on the career of everyone who works in its production. Old Zed should be ashamed of that. Alright, let's look at the patch notes, alright? Patch notes. Looking at the patch notes. Patch/DLC notes. New DLC information. We'll clickbait this. And here we are. Chat, new DLC. You ready for this? What's coming in 2026 for Age of Empires and Age of Mythology? So first we have Age of Mythology Retold, Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4. That artwork still kind of strikes me the wrong way. Something about using Joan of Arc and simultaneously trying to be affirmative of her role in history while also using her to sell a game feels weird as a marketing tool. This is the Chinese mobile game they're selling that's been ported internationally. This is next year. Let's hope we make it there. There's Red Bull. Age of Mythology again? Okay. Age of Empires 2 again. This is the DLC we're getting. And I guess this is concept art for Age 4. Right, as we head towards the close of another year, we're reflecting on 12 months of expansions, updates, gameplay moments, esports, and we're celebrating you. Something's grammatically wrong about that sentence. And esports, and we're celebrating you, our players. Okay, 2025 has been the most content-rich year in franchise history. You're forgetting when the user patch introduced spectating. 6 expansions across 3 games, the PS5, becoming the Louvre's gaming partner, and making people download your scenario instead of including as a mod. Games gone with playable demos, blah blah blah. They had some Age of Mythology stuff, they had some AoE 4 stuff, they had the 3 Kingdoms and Chronicles 2. That was very controversial, I'm sure they won't spread that in the post. More opportunities for you to engage with the franchise with PlayStation 5, okay. And their Louvre thing, which I think they really dropped the ball on. That's a story for another day. Anyway, while we plan to take an end-of-year rest, we've already geared up for 2026. Here's a preview of what you can expect from Age of Mythology and AoE 2. Marketing, talk about players, right? Here's Red Bull. I think we all know about Red Bull. No Age of Mythology there. I'm pretty sure tickets were probably sold out already. Plus links to... I don't know if you still can buy tickets. It might be sold out. Yeah, playoff and grand finals are currently sold out. Yes, but may become available in limited quantities if refunded tickets are released back into the pool. Yeah, it is sold out already. I bought mine as soon as they went on sale. So, all right, Age of Mythology. I think there have been a couple of Age of Mythologies expansions. I think there's been a Chinese expansion and a Japanese expansion. So I don't know what they're doing yet. So legends have expanded. Heroes have risen and fallen. Heroes have arisen and fallen. And you've taken on new challenges in 2025 in Age of Mythology Retold. We've loved seeing your passion for the game, your creativity in mod creation, photo mode, and more was a photo mode. And it's a 3D game, I guess that makes sense. The launch of Heavenly Spear in September, we reached the end of the promised offering outlined for our premium edition. We knew this left many of you wondering what would be next for the game. We're excited to reveal what you'll be able to get your hands on in 2026. Oh my gosh, they have a battle pass! They have a battle pass. Oh, they're using Aztecs as part of a battle pass. Oh my gosh. It really is 2026 in the gaming industry. Obsidian Mirror with the stone skin Quinametsin. That is artwork there. Enjoy releases automatically. Oh my gosh, it's a battle pass. No, at least you own it, but they're selling it through a battle pass with a discount. So hopefully they don't do that for AoE 2. That feels very scummy. And that is the type of thing that makes you feel they're running out of ideas for how to make content. And they've probably hired producers who want to do modern gaming industry practices rather than long-term healthy practices. Alright, so what is included? A new gods pack. So one god. Ultimate fan pack. A golden mark of support. Supporter-themed collection. Adorn your... oh my gosh, they have skins with gold. Oh my gosh. That is literally... They're putting gold marks if you pay them money. Blood and bones. Remember when they had skeletons and blood for dead units? Dynamic blood system, prismatic essence for myth units, and evolving transitions that make each skirmish feel visceral and alive, exclusive to expansion pass owners. They're literally selling skeleton graphics? They're selling the thing that's been missing from AoE 2 as an Age of Mythology Battle Pass thing? And then in one expansion, the centerpiece of the expansion pass. So, one god, some cosmetics, and then... What is this? Don't pre-order this. This is... My god, the gaming industry nowadays. Age of Empires Mobile PC Edition. If I could make a video on this just to criticize the monetization practices, we're not going to waste time reading that. Okay, this is what we're here to see. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition is heading to South America. Over the summer, there will be a LAN event in Brazil that I believe will coincide... Oh gosh, this is earlier than that. This is February 2026. So I guess this will coincide with the water rework. So the next expansion launching in February 2026, the existing new chapter dives into medieval South... Why are they launching in February? That is a weird time for a DLC. Usually you're hitting either the summer months or the holiday season, end of October to early December, or end of May, early June for a release. February feels like a weird month. Maybe there'll be a lack of competition in that time? Maybe player numbers are a bit higher there during the winter? That feels like a weird month. Yeah, that feels very soon. That's been a commonality of all the AoE 2 DLCs. They don't have much marketing for them. If you compare them to AoE 4, I forget what it was, but there was the one they advertised as the most sold the DLC in the Age history. They had an extremely long marketing campaign for that. And then, right at the end of that marketing campaign, they dropped the Mountain Royals for AoE 2 with around 2 weeks of notice. Didn't really have much marketing for it. And even the campaign that they did have was delayed for everyone in the content creator program. It was supposed to go live, but then they hit the pause button because it was immediately after the October 7th attacks in Israel, and they had some worries about releasing the Armenian Georgian DLCs, an area that also has concerns about genocide and ethnic cleansing in the modern day world in the immediate wake of that. So that led to that DLC being completely fumbled for the marketing campaign. So yes, they are launching in February 2026. We're thrilled to announce. Alright, so exciting new chapter. There's lots of exciting adjectives. I feel oftentimes this is maybe reading more into it than I should, but grammar like that tends to replace actual substance, and your serves to tell me that something is exciting rather than showing me and making me exciting for it. But medieval South America, where history and folklore combine to present an epic narrative, dramatic conflict, and our newest exploration of the ancient world. The Last Chieftains introduces 3 new civilizations, all of them for play and ranked, because that's something they need to clarify now, and each with their own unique units and technologies. Did you really need to specify that for AoE 2? Every civ has a unique unit and unique text since AOC, unit since AOK. Okay. As well as new shared architecture. Oh wait, are they finally introducing an architecture set with a DLC? Okay, there we go, finally! Getting back to the HD DLC standards. And y'all can hopefully correct my pronunciations, but the Mapuche, Muska, and Tupi. And correct me, I will practice those now that I've seen the names. I'll try to look up better pronunciations. Challenge your friends in skirmish matches, or battle your way across South America with 3 new campaigns, commanding the forces of folk heroes such as Lautaro, Pachinchique, and Eriboi. These campaigns feature memorable moments and characters like the Berserker, Galvarino, or Nicolas Durand and the swashbuckling adventure. The Muska campaign can even be played from two unique perspectives, depending on whether you decide to serve the noble Nabokine or the greedy. Oh, we are turning the greedy guy into a pacifist. Kamwain Chatoka. Whether you are a passionate historian, an admirer of compelling storytelling, a longtime fan of the Age of Empires franchise, or all of the above, The Last Chieftains promises countless hours of excitement across campaign and multiplayer. The latest expansion will be available for pre-order in January, and we'll have more information to share then, so you'd have to wait. Here's an exclusive first look. What are we looking at? Oh gosh, that just turned my screen white. I'm sorry, that didn't make the image larger. What if I click that? Ah, no, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna click the remaining two. I get that looks like an archer unit outside of a wooden structure. A javelin carrying skirmisher-esque unit. Oh my gosh, they might be adding more skirms. In front of a somewhat stone and wooden combined structure, and then a cav unit with a lance-like spear in front of a stone structure. Boomerang throwing? Oh gosh, imagine chakrams, but they had boomerangs. That would be amazing. Oh my gosh, yes, add a boomerang unit, please. Unique? Is that a unique unit or a unique skirm replacement? I would think the ones they show would be castle plus unique unit, although this doesn't quite look like a castle to me. Then Age of Empires 4, 2 new expansions. I don't think we really care about that. Yeah. I feel like they really need to... I don't want to be mean to whoever wrote this, but the grammar used to write this feels like generic marketing and not genuine writing. But so we can learn about the two or the 3 new civs and work on their pronunciations ahead of time. The one thing that I always feel can be lacking in the South American campaigns, or the American campaigns in general, and perhaps that is rectified by adding new civs, is that, and I think Pachachudi, the Inca campaign, is a prime example, there is very little civ variety. Think about the Montezuma campaign. There are 3 civilizations, Aztecs, Spanish, and then some appearances by the Maya occasionally. There isn't much variety in the civilizations, such as you would have in, say, even Barbarossa #1. There are more civs in that scenario than there are in the entire Aztec campaign. And they could get away with it in Montezuma, but you start adding more and more American campaigns, and that does become noticeable that you're playing with the same units and same civs over and over. So it'll be an interesting design challenge to deal with 3 new South American civs that are isolated from the rest of the game and come up with interesting campaigns for them. They can fight Aztecs, Maya, and Incas, and Spanish. They could extend the time frame forward a bit, maybe throw other civs in there. Throw the Franks down there. Tupi against Brit, throw the Portuguese down there. Throw that fantasy AoE 3 civ in. The Chinese campaign. Alright. But that's it for the patch notes, I guess. The Tupi were in contact with most colonial powers. What were the years they were in contact with colonial powers, though? Because you want everything to fit in the time frame of AoE 2. They really messed up the time frame. And thank you, Azalora AoE, for the follow. From the 1490s to 1570s? Oh, that fits. That definitely fits. All right, so I'm going to get back to the map scripting I was doing earlier. Let me reset some of my game. I was going to restart my game. And we're going to change my title to map scripting stream right now. So we're gonna, no more casting today. We're done with King of the Desert, but we are going to be doing some map scripting. So if you like TTL maps, I'm gonna swap to VS Code and do some scripting. And let me see if I can also get my resolution changed. There we go, apply dynamic super resolution. Beautiful. And turn on my scene switcher. And hope that this is working. Looks like it is. Gosh, OBS is not resizing properly. There we go. So if you like nerding out about AoE 2, this is the place to be. As my game's loading. Hello game, load please. There we go. Have I tried asking Copilot? I've answered this question a few times, but AIs hallucinate way too much and start adding medieval sounding words to your maps to the point you end up getting... what's a good example? You'll end up creating objects and it'll start auto-completing bishop or rook or queen or things that sound medieval that have nothing to do with AoE 2. Yes. It is definitely an interesting question that a lot of people will have, but it is not particularly useful. At least it is confidence when doing it, yes. So welcome everyone, and I guess I'll put something on YouTube that says this is a map scripting stream. I guess I'll keep going on YouTube. See, I want to maybe leave the title for... I can copy the title into my description, maybe. Nah, I'll just paste it back later. I'll put random map scripting as the title. See if anyone wants to listen to me ramble on. There's one new map, which is going to be Reverse Acropolis, but I haven't added that in. Everything else has been reused from somewhere else in the past. Coast Arena, I'm not sure if anyone's seen Coast Arena yet. That's a new one for me. Right here, we did a bit of scripting before the stream. We're going to work on Stranded now. Earlier, we got the hill in the middle. Now I'm going to work on getting player woodlines. If you could create a RAG with the map scripts, the game plus Wikipedia, and create an LLM on an existing map scripts. I don't think there are enough map scripts. I mean, in total, there are probably a couple hundred possible quality AoE 2 map scripts out there between in-game scripts and custom scripts that would be reasonable for training it. And I highly doubt that is anywhere near enough training data for an LLM to become a useful tool for map scripting. I'm happy to be wrong about that, but I don't think that's going to work out. At least for now. Who knows, maybe in the future they become more useful, but for now, I don't think there's much of an immediate payoff. There simply isn't enough. Yeah, there are syntax manuals. But yeah, as Arbe says, every map scripter has their own style of scripting. So it's not the best environment for learning either. And the styles are not always compatible. And if it struggles to write HTML and JavaScript with all the examples out there, or even something such as Rust that is very amenable to static analysis, that it can check the code, and still struggles there. It's going to really struggle for map scripts. Just want more campfires. I'm going to add some bonfires to this map. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. And there are good tasks, such as generating unit tests is an area I think LLMs are really good for coding right now. I don't want to see the mumps that LLMs generate. Oh gosh, do not put that in my healthcare software. But there's... In general, it's harder to debug code that other people have written than code that you yourself have written. And that goes for AIs writing the code too. So where are we? I want to do forests now for stranded. Forests, forest generation. Right, so let's look at the output land. I want to see where I'm placing the forests. All right. Let's do this. We need forest positions. We'll use U and V for the forests. Generates coordinates for forests next to each layer. Forest radius at 12 or so. This is how you make map scripts, yes. Is the scripting language based on C? Nope, it is its own configuration file. And it's not based on any language, at least that I know of. The AI scripting language is based on some language that was made for satellites in the 1980s. I forget the exact name of it, but the AI language is based on something. The random map script is basically just a configuration file. It's more like HTML than it is like a programming language. So we want to do this for I13 and 4. And this will be U and V. That may be 15. Defining types. Yeah, there are no types here. It is all... I can define constants, which are just integers. And types could even be useful. Sometimes I use them as percentages. Sometimes they're terrains. Sometimes they're object values. But no types here. As a preprocessor, I have written a preprocessor, but there's no preprocessor built into map scripts. This will be middle hills, layer lands, middle grass, and desert ring. Hashtag 4 is twest. Yes, this is me. This is me picking a symbol that's not used anywhere else. Forest and gold lands. Position U, V, base size 1. And what were the values I did here? Terrain type forest 35 and clumping factor 25. What do I do for the tiles? 35 and 25. Opening the same file twice? Yes. That's why you need multiple monitors. Okay, that radius needs to be much larger than that there. 25. More than 20. More than 15. So that's 20. Right. That is not where I'd expect it to be. Oh, a hill. No, that should be T-I. There we are. Okay, maybe slightly larger than 20. But like 25, we'll binary search till it gets to a good area. A bit too close there. 22. Yes. Okay, kind of a bit far from the hills. I think hill 4. Let's knock this down to +2 again. Why am I making stranded again? To take advantage of the fact the last time I edited this map, it was before the math arithmetic expressions were added. And now I want to remake it so that it is not 600 KB and does not take as long to transfer or slow down the menu like the previous map I had did. I can decrease this now to only 1 and decrease the forest again slightly. That'd be swell. Here we go. Where's my auto clicker? Let's just auto click again and make sure we don't have the water engulfing the entire map again. There you go, look at that. Beautiful map script. You know, I've never actually watched The Matrix in full. I've seen good chunks of it through clips. I don't think I've ever sat down and watched the entire movie. I've probably seen the entire movie through clips, but never in one continuous viewing. Okay, that looks good. I feel like the forests should be ever so slightly larger than 35 tiles, but maybe 35 is okay. Like 50. A base size of 2. Feels a bit chunkier. Okay, so I like that. We'll have to decide what to do for the outer forests, and I had some tacks for that. But we're going to keep going with terrain generation now and try to recover stranded. Okay, so covers water at the tops of hills. And what this will do is let's find a situation where this happens. Like that. Should cover that. This will place rainforest grass on water with a height limit between 1 and 7. And these days I'm using 8192 as my power of 2. And yep, covers that. Beautiful. Right. Covers holes in the middle terrain generation. And this is where, if you like hacks, we're gonna get very hacky. Here we are. Also put it 8192 there. So we want to deal with these little holes down here in the middle, which happens because this is a land, these are lands out here, and sometimes they don't combine properly and they leave little bits of base terrain. So this is how we deal with it. We take some snow, and you know, ooh, I should rethink this because we have spacing to specific terrain type now. I'm gonna put some snow on the water. On the outside, look at that, ooh, spacing to other terrain types of 3. That means it's far enough away that the middle doesn't get filled, but it gets placed on the outside. Look at that. Boom, fills the outside with snow. And then, go down to here. And we're going to create some desert. I'm gonna see, I need to figure out what I'm doing here. I'm using this as a terrain. Oh, I probably don't need to do this anymore. Yes, I can just, this is much simpler now. I was using a terrain mask, and yes, I do this. Spacing to, and what is it? Specific terrain. I get the exact command name. Gosh, this Google Doc is so slow. Spacing to specific terrain. This is where I could definitely use a better autocomplete. Snow 5, and I place desert on top of the water, and boom, now all the desert here is filled, and the holes are patched. Yay, the holes are patched. Lovely. When you code, the review is smooth. When the AI codes, you spend a lot of time reviewing. Yep, that's the key, right? When you're writing code, your biggest time sink usually is done through the debugging and reviewing stages. And LLMs can contribute to making those stages longer, even if they make the code writing somewhat shorter. And where am I now? Right. And now we replace the snow with water. Let's keep these a consistent 8192. Alright, and here we are. Lovely, 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 and all the little holes are filled. But makes no difference because whatever it is little holes in the middle that I want to fill. And I need it to be a different terrain than the desert so I can space it. So that really doesn't make any difference. And let's just double check for holes again. I don't know how this keeps turning off, but it does. And I've not seen any holes, which is looking pretty promising. Alright, all the little holes are cleaned up. Wonderful. And we have player-specific forests. I don't like how they're kind of atop the hills. That's a bit awkward. And I'm still thinking for that hill 4, I want to decrease the size of the hill a bit. Wrong map. Let's do 100 to 1... or even like 90 to 105. Don't like that on the hill. And smaller, like 80 to 95 with 4 of them. And then maybe I can get rid of that +1 radius. And check this again for holes. Make sure there are no holes. Looks like we're still good. And that keeps the forests farther from the hills good. Alright, good. I want to make sure that the forests are TCable. How the seeds work? It's simply the seed is the seed for a random number generator. You place the same seed in, you get the same map, you put a different seed in, you get a different map. All of the randomness, or most of the randomness, is handled internally by the game engine, so you don't have much control over it. There are some things you can do yourself in the map script, but lots of things, such as specific land placement, is handled by the script, unless you do some rather hacky and more new features for handling it yourself. You have a limited toolset, and the challenge is figuring out how to use the toolset to generate maps. It's the creativity through limitation thing. Terrain layering for the transition between desert and rainforest. Okay. And this is where I can change this a bit. Terrain, layering, and I might be able to do this better with spacing to specific terrain now for the transition between desert and rainforest. So great. terrain. I'm gonna start using snow again. Base terrain, desert, 9% 100, number of clumps 4096, and spacing to specific terrain. It'll be forest 2, and also rainforest grass of 2, and I don't need a terrain mask now, so my life is simplified. Jordan! Jordan! Waiting for the Python streams from Jordan again. Welcome. We're working on some map scripting here for TTL. I'm updating Stranded based on some new features that have been added recently. And then we add some quicksand to the desert here. Alright, so we replace this band with quicksand. We're doing some terrain masking to make the map look pretty. Jordan can look. And wait a minute. I placed that on desert. Wait. Wait a minute. What the heck? Oh, wait. Placed that in the wrong spot. There we are. After that. There we are. So this is all quicksand here. He's going to see the lines of code like the Matrix. One day, Mark Gugu submitted a map, actually, to a map scripting contest once. That was pretty cool. And then we'll replace the snow with desert now. So basically what I did there with using the spacing to specific terrains is create a little gap. It's hard to see, but of quicksand between the grass and the outer desert. That'll be the beach. And we'll do some art with that later. What language is that? This is the Age of Empires 2 random map specific coding specification file. Like, I can send you the documentation for it if you want to look at it. But it's not a real coding language. I describe it more like a markup language. It's kind of like HTML rather than a coding language. Here I'm creating terrain. I specify lots of properties for terrains, and then it creates terrains based on the properties I specify. I have my own little hacks that I've added to the map engine so I can do basic loops. If you ever looked through the game files on your CD version of the Conqueror's expansion, there is a Microsoft Word document that explained how to script the maps. And it's a lot more intense now. What is the difference between a programming language like Java compared to XML, for example? So XML is more of a way of specifying properties for an object. If you think about Java and the way you define a class, every class has a bunch of fields and you can assign values to the fields. XML is very specifically a way of performing something similar to that, where you have many different properties that you can assign, and you're assigning values to those properties. But XML itself does not contain any control flow constructs or input-output constructs. So there's no if statements or loops or function calls like no recursion. There's no simple statements of print this or do output. It's more of a data format. It is not a way of performing actions on that data. Maybe an analogy is it allows you to specify nouns and apply adjectives to the nouns, but doesn't contain verbs for doing things with them. Obligatory Turing completeness discussion. And yes, you could probably do hacky things with XML. But it's a very different use case. It's what yeah, that's true. It's what Microsoft Word files are made of. You specify the text for the word, and then you can specify properties for which words are bold, or where the indentation is, or what the font size is. And the XML displays what the Word document looks like, but it doesn't actually have executable code running in it. Some quantum programming language for map generation. I've never used one, so I can't really comment on that. I don't know if that was a useful answer, but it was an attempt to provide an answer. That's probably a better answer than what I gave Bean Dip when she asked me what lambda calculus was. Anyway, so we're going to continue this. So we're making a line around the edge. And what am I doing here? I'm doing rainforest grass on the quicksand. Okay, so here I am making the quicksand layered on top of rainforest grass. So this entire exercise was to make rainforest grass. Now we have that little bit of a mixture where the rainforest grass and the quicksand mix together. And that is buildable. We can put our barracks there. Of course, you're asking me what lambda we'll answer lambda. We'll do a lambda calculus stream someday. High-level language transpile to RMS. The problem is there is no, as I said, no real way of doing loops or functions in RMS, and transpiling to RMS results in generating lots of hard-coded constructs, which bloats the file size of the RMS. And I showed this earlier, but having a large RMS, where large is a few hundred kilobytes, actually slows AoE 2 down to a crawl where the menus stop working when you try to load the game. So let's see, dirt on the rainforest. This is a placeholder. Alright, let's see what I'm doing here. Yes, the Python library still does work. Yes, very much. Very much. And dirt on the rainforest grass. Let's see what I tried to cook up here. So that isolates the middle. Alright, dirt 3. And here I'm doing some terrain masking. And here I am continuing to do a few patches. And I'll need to adjust the size of these patches. I had them for a 2v2 map. Here I'm going to want it for a 1v1 map. Let's cut that like to 350 and maybe 16. It limits to 0 to 2. Yeah, so here I'm just making it a bit patchy so it's not all the same grass color. I'm making a bit of a dirt transition from the bottom of the hill towards the hill itself. And then I'll replace the middle of the hill with more rainforest grass. So the top of the hill is all colored in with the normal grass, and we have a bit of a transition from coast towards the hill. Since the scenario editor has existed since AoE 2 first came out, it has existed since AoE 1 came out. A random map scripting itself, which is different than the editor, I'm just using the editor to test that, has been since the Conquerors. And Jazzy, thank you for the follow. It has undergone lots of changes, first from the user patch and then in DE. So, outside beach forests. Right, so these forests are what we're going to work on next. So, to do, adjust the distance from a player starts. Yeah, this is where Jordan can give us live feedback of, do these forests become too close to the starts of players or stranded, where they would build TCs. I think I have too many trees there. As I said, that was for a 4v4 map. Or a 2v2 map, so let's cut that down. Yeah. Okay. And I can do set avoid player start areas like that. Okay, and that will force players to scout a bit for their TC locations, and I think that works. And they should have a clear path towards the gold if they want that. Got too many clumps still. Let's turn the clumps down a bit, like to 30. Maybe put that at 500. This is just kind of experimentation to try to get the sizes of the wood lines where I want them. And I think I can cut down the spacing to other terrain types to 4 there. You have a bit more breathing room for those wood lines. Yes, there we go. Does one map script have to be usable in those, or are they separate files? You can do what you want there. You can do what you want there. In general, when I do maps for tournaments, I very specifically focus on the game mode specifically for that tournament script, so that I have a really well debugged and polished version for that game mode. If whether it's 1v1 or 2v2, and supporting other game modes to that same level of polish is a lot of work, and usually more than I want to do when I'm trying to make 15 maps hastily for one event. The in-game maps usually work for one script, and the key to getting them to work is to write them without needing a whole bunch of different if statements. Atomic with the clumping factor joke. Okay, so I'm liking this. Outside forests. And then the middle forests here. And I will say restrict from the tops of the elevation 4 hills for TC space. Let's see what we're doing here. And thank you, Delmar1789, for the follow. And also, sorry if I'm ignoring my YouTube chat. I have lots of windows open and I need to read this. Okay, I haven't had more chats there. And again, I'm going to need to adjust the number of tiles for... So you can do stuff like set scale by groups or a set scale by map size and avoid if statements, or you could very specifically make an if statement for the number of tiles and number of clumps for different sizes or player numbers. Yeah, there's no functions or loops inside that documentation. I've written, as I said, I wrote my own preprocessor for some hacky things, but they're not in that documentation because they don't exist. Okay, there's some trees there. Height limits 0, 3. Can I save that? There we go. That doesn't restrict them from the top at all, does it? No. 200, and I should turn down the number of clumps. 3. Looks pretty clumpy. And then I have some jungle there. Space more sporadically. That down to maybe 60. And this can be anywhere. A few clumps of jungle mixed in. All right. Is it top secret? It is. I have a version of it on my GitHub somewhere. Use it at your own risk, though, because I have a lot of hard-coded file paths in it to pass on my hard drive you'll need to change. And making it more publicly available is on my to-do list. But also, there are many things on the to-do list. Right, and then I make all of this rainforest. Okay, and I could probably make the forests a bit prettier if I mixed in some other types of trees, but for there, that'll be rainforest. Okay, and then we'll do some terrain masking. Happy with how this has turned out so far. Oh, remind me, chat. I need to call my doctor back. They called me while I was casting. So, grass 2 at the very top. Let me put snow there and put this at 4-4 just to double check. That doesn't do anything. 3-3. There we are. Alright. That should change the forest a bit. Okay, we're just not going to worry about height limits there. There we go. So I want to make this grass 2 at the top. And these are all land percent, so I think I just copy and paste this. I have that defined. Lovely. And that adds a bit of theming to this, with some grass 2 on the top to make it look a bit different than the rest, a bit brighter. Oh, thank you, Atomic. Then layers quicksand on the desert. This makes the outside look a bit different. You ready? Look at the desert out there, and then bam, now it's more of a beachy desert. Kind of cute how this works. Makes it rather unique for Stranded. Maybe I should layer it underneath the palm desert too. Hold on. Should I do that? Base terrain. Palm desert. As we very closely focus in on those trees there. And then bam, now they're consistent. Do we like that? I actually kind of like that they have a different thing underneath them, because you can tell where the trees are. What do you think, chat? Yes or no to this type of terrain masking underneath the palm desert? Should the desert be consistent or slightly different under the trees? Atomic says looks good. Which looks good? Similar desert or more different desert? It will matter not in the slightest, but whenever I cast games, I will notice it. Sand collects a bit differently around trees. IRL could use some dirt terrain too, maybe underneath the trees. We could try that. Something different. Like dirt 3. This might look ugly. Ooh, actually, let's go with that. I like Death Counter's suggestion. Some dirt 3 underneath the forest. That looks clean. That looks clean. Can I make a comparison? I think we're gonna go with this. I could make a comparison. Old Man Willow likes. I think I could do this to show it all at the same time. I have desert sand layering mode underneath that. Oh, that didn't work. Never mind. I thought layering mode would have worked. Never mind. Twist sad. We shall go with this, and this will look pretty. And thank you, Rava Ba, for the follow. Welcome to the nerd stream. The day they add undo to the editor. That's been another idea I had, making my own editor independent of the one in the game for editing scenario files. You'd have to use the game to test it and run it, but kind of like a Capture Age scenario editor version. Yeah. So this map is on a suggestion from Lewis when I did it for cartographers. It says great care into ensuring the hills are even. And that's what we did in the early part of the stream. And trying to make some flat areas at the tops of the hills so TCs are easier to place. A mix beneath? I think having it consistent is nice. We could try that. But this would need to be like its own thing. Or actually we could do a mix of desert and palm and dirt. That would look like this, though. Number of tiles, something like this. 256. Number of clumps, 256. I think I like it more when it's consistent. I don't like little bright patches in there. That looks a bit weird to me. Good suggestion, though. I think I'll stick to this, which I think looks cute. All right, water masking. Great. Why do we have to layer quicksand on top of the sand and not put quicksand there in the first place? So in DE, they introduced this thing called terrain masking, where there is a bottom terrain. So I'll place grass. Your grass is now on the bottom. Ignore the fact the scenario editor puts grass is on the bottom here. And then I'll take some farms and I'll layer farms on top. And now you see that the terrains somewhat combine. But the terrain that's on the bottom is the terrain that actually inherits the properties. So if I put grass and I turn layering mode on and then put grass on top of water and I put down a ship, like a bireme, notice, let me zoom in. I can place the bireme on top of this easily because it's water just with a different terrain masked on top of it. But if I were to do the opposite and put water on top of the grass, then I go back to the ships. I can't put it there because this is actually grass just with water on top of it. And you have to be really careful because sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between different terrains. But then the answer is, why do we use the quicksand as a mask on top of the desert and not the other way around? This is just for the looks of the terrain, and we don't want to inherit the unbuildable property of the quicksand. Yeah, so it looks like a combination between desert and quicksand, because normal desert looks like this. Normal quicksand looks like this. And yeah, they're hard to tell apart, but there's a very subtle difference between them. You can see kind of the rocky terrain there, the quicksand. And this, all in all, mutes the desert a bit, so it's less bright and difficult to look at. And I think it works well for making a more beachy terrain for this map. Ooh, death counter, death counter. Don't say the minimap never lies, because it does. And I can show you right here. Too low. You see how the middle looks like dirt? It's actually grass with road masked on top of it. And for some reason, I don't know how many terrains do this, but using the jungle road terrain as a mask shows up on the minimap, even though grass is underneath it. So, I used to think that, but it's not quite true. Oh, and Sunnyflower, thank you very much for the sub. Hello, nerds. Hello, all of us wonderful, lovely nerds enjoying some map scripting. And at the very least, this map scripting will ensure that the people watching the VOD will not be spoiled by the length of the sets. On YouTube, at least. So, right, we're going to continue with Stranded. And DLC Water 5 on the outside. Then DLC Water 4 on top of that for some masking. See how this works. Oh, look, that looks a bit pretty. Nice. We'll put some shallow as a mask on the DLC Water 5. And as long as it's not by the beach, I don't think we'll have confusion as to whether we can land and walk on that. See, there's a little bit of shallow mixed in there. No nerd. Now, nerd is a compliment. We have lots of nerds out here, thankfully. And then we'll put a tiny bit of water, 5, on the water. Or actually completely cover it, so that the shallows are far away from the coast. And then just a bit more water as a mask on the Water 5. Alright. And there we go, some little bits of water mixed in. And I think that looks rather pretty around the outside of Stranded. Hello, Marty Lord. I think that all looks rather nice now. And you have to be a nerd if you watch someone doing map scripting. We have 132 viewers for watching us on Twitch, and then another 36 on YouTube, so welcome to the nerd party. As I said, I do need to call my doctor, so give me a moment, and I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick break and give them a call. Because they called and left a message, and I need to call them back. Okay, chat. I called them, and they didn't answer when I called them. It's 3:30 p.m. and their office is probably closed by now. Oh, T90's playing against Drew Peacock. Look at that. Tiny islands in the corner? No, Death Counter. We are not going for the Matza 3-hour camp on an island game again. Rather, you've too many nightmares from that already. DE's version of this map added little islands, and it was a mistake. It was a horrible, horrible mistake. Oh, yeah, T90 has a video about that. There's a weird game. One player had conquistadors in the middle, but no villagers. And Matza had, I think he was against Hope or Quangtree, or was it Hope or say my name? It was a Vietnamese player. I forget exactly who it was. But then he camped with a couple villagers and relics on outside islands, and there was nothing the player in the middle could do. And it lasted several hours. Is this for the ladder? Nope, this is for TTL. This will be for the tournament. Sounds like a fun idea, but then you try it out. It's horrifying. Where are my macaws? Make some macaws. Let's make 7 of those. Hello, lame monk. Alright, player objects. So we're gonna do this. We're going to do the bonfire. Set place for every player. Set Gaia object only. Actor area bonfire. Actor area radius 0. Villagers are going to avoid the bonfire. There we go. Bonfire for everyone. And then there are going to be a few rugs. Where's rug code? Oh yeah, also the rugs avoid the villagers, right? So this will be, yeah, I had several groups of villagers, but good old coding. Gotta love coding. Create object. Villager. Avoid forest. Actually, this will just be max distance to other zones 2. Max distance to players. Players 5. Set circular placement. Avoid actor area bonfire. Actor area Vil 0. Actor area radius 0. So you avoid the bonfire. Seen as Seychelles. Ah, that's Death Counter's map. Seychelles. Hello, villager. You are not on the bonfire. Did set place for every player not work? What the heck? Oh, I didn't do set place for every player. Set place for every player. There we are. Hills near the bonfire. Good. And then we gotta do a couple of rugs. Oh yeah, we randomized the rugs. I did them individually for each player. We won't do that. We'll randomize the rug number up here. Random number of rugs. Won't be per player, but num rugs R&D 5. The object rug. Number of objects. Num rugs. Set place for every player. Set Gaia object only. Avoid actor area. Bonfire. And also avoid the villagers. Going to place on desert. 700 petards. That's actually useful. I actually do that sometimes. Where are my rugs? You can create no rug. Oh, there's an S. Rugs. There you are. Still didn't create rugs. Oh, wait. Max distance to players 5. Set circular placement. There we are. Yeah, so the stranded vills are throwing a beach party. That's my mental intuition of this. Max distance to weather zones. It's gotta be more like a 4 then. Yeah, keep the vills more towards the center. There we are. Middle hills, and there. The golden stone is actually not in the middle. There is very little stone that'll be on the outside, and the gold will be at the base of the hills. So you control the hill, but you don't control many resources by controlling the hill. And tiki torches. I don't want to go too crazy. But bonfire and some rugs for the vills and the beaches. Oh, wait a minute, chat. Let me do some placeholder objects then. Placeholders at the top. Start with beach 3. Should be void actor area beach 3. And this should be num rugs. I'm not going to do 5 rugs, that was too many. At most 4. I will do a temp and distance group placement, a 1 for them. Yeah, that's too many rugs for 3 vills. There you go, that's more reasonable. Someone has an extra rug, who knows what they did with their friend. There will be a shipwreck. Yes, there will be shipwrecks. Beach party. Yes, beach party for the villagers. Someone in chat came up with this a while ago, and it was an amazing idea, so I rolled with it. We need water buffaloes. Buffalo. There we are. This will be the player buffaloes, so create object DLC water buffalo. Number of objects 2. Set place for every player. Max distance to players 10. Set circular placement of void. Forest zone 1. Find closest to map center. Set loose grouping. Don't need max distance to other zones. Actor area. Player buffalo. Actor area radius 12. So other buffalo can avoid them. Keep the player buffalo forwards for scouting. Yes. It's maybe a bit too far forward. Let's make it maybe 8. Yeah, there we are. Buffaloes towards the front. That way they can find wood lines for TC spots. Picnic baskets? Ooh, those are for the docks. Baskets for dock architecture. Alright, and then I think we need to do a shipwreck. Yeah, scouting ship first, so... Create object. Fishing ship. Set place for every player. Find closest. Trying to place on DLC a water 5. Avoid active area beach 3. Don't need a min-distance group placement for that just yet, but I will want to do fish should of... Let's do an actor area maybe. Actor area. Fishing ship, actor area radius 3. Maybe just the min-distance is better. A bit easier. Right. Yes, alright. And then we do shipwreck. There are 2 shipwrecks, and I need to make an object group. So I'll do an object group for these things. Where are we at? What are the placeholders? Create object group shipwrecks. And what is the syntax for this again? We add object. They just add object. And then shipwreck 250. Good. Then here, create object. Shipwrecks. Set place for every player. Set Gaia object only. Find closest. Terrain to place on beach. Min distance group placement of 3. What did I do here? Is that 3? Right after the fishing ship. So shipwreck aesthetics. There we are. Should randomize them a bit too. Why do I redo the map? This one I'm redoing to decrease the file size so that it loads faster. And also so I can very specifically position things for each player. Editing the old one, lots of map authors have different hacks that they use, and making sure that the maps work properly. Sometimes I do just edit the old one. But for the most part, I want to ensure that I'm not doing anything that will break hacks. Like this shipwreck, here's an example of that. Okay, the shipwreck. Ah, God, I need to do this. PH on, set place for every player, find closest. Actor area, shipwreck 0, actor area radius 0, and create object. Shipwrecks, set place for every player, set Gaia only, actor area to place in. Shipwreck 0, min distance group placement 2. And you're asking, why am I now creating a placeholder object and placing a shipwreck on top of the placeholder rather than just placing a ship itself? And you'll see how right now the ship is centered on the left corner of a tile. Doing this... Oh, that didn't actually center it there. Did I save this? I should have placed it... Oh, wait, no, never mind. Can I do an object group with a shipwreck? Actually. So this is something that will break then. Min distance, group placement 2. I think that this doesn't actually work as a second object. Let me see if it does. Oh, there it does. That will put it in the center of the tile. Now it is centered properly. Now it is centered in the middle of the tile. Loading speed, object positioning, avoiding errors, adding my own hacks to the map script. Centers the shipwreck in the tile. So little things like that are done, so it's more consistent. And map scripts are basically tons of hacks like that over and over and over. Now, but the big thing is every time I've done a map script and we're reusing something from another author and I don't put a lot of time into rewriting it, I tend to get bug reports later on and regret the fact that I haven't rewritten it. So that is why we're doing this, and it lets me very specifically test it for the tournament that we're doing too. Because even adding the testing code is tricky, because there is code I add to ensure objects generate properly. So, right. There's nothing for copyright reasons. When I do my own map scripts, my preference is just make them public domain, but other people have their own copyrights that they want. Most people just allow their maps to be reused. Alright, shipwrecks, so let's do the shorefish. Captain Finn. Shorefish. 1024. Should be shorefish everywhere. Yep, and they should avoid the stuff at the start. Yep. And then I probably need fish specifically for each player so that the fish are fair. At least somewhat fair. Can you run it through a minimizer? I do that, Lordish. I do run it through a minimizer. There isn't too much that you can minimize, and there is more that I can do versus what I'm doing now. You'll see this type of file. I essentially remove all white space. I still maintain line breaks because it's only one space versus one new line character. But I essentially remove all white space from it. And there are other minimizations I'm doing, I explained this earlier, that are already part of the map script. Instead of typing create land, this internally is represented by the number 32 as its enum integer token, or as its enum integer value. And I just define L to be equal to 32. Back for create land. And then I'm saving a whole bunch of characters by typing only L instead of create land over and over. And when I'm doing that for several hundred lines, it does have a very small impact on the overall size of the map script. And I have my own macros that I add in, that I'm doing stuff for. There probably is some analysis I could do with constant names and detect what the shortest way I could do of redefining variables instead of using longer constant names is. And have a bunch of constant definitions at the top instead of labels, but I have not done that. That could be interesting. I have to replace all enums. You can only do that for things that do not accept an argument. So create object I cannot do it with. I can do it with the beginning of comments. So I can do something like const start comment 69 end comment 70, and you'll see this. So like create object flag, number of objects, a lot of flags, and oh look, that didn't do anything. Flag A. Oh look, I've just added a whole bunch of flags to the map. And then start comment, end comment. Oh look, I've just commented out the flags. And also, if you happen to do this, it's shorefish and house happen to be objects with numbers 69 and 70, if I have that right. So yeah, that comments out the flags. And if I get rid of that, then the flags are back. You can also see the bias for spawning objects to the left versus the right. You can see the right's less populated. So there are lots of hacks you can do. File size is an issue, yes. Nope, the file size is a bigger issue than number of instructions in the script, yes. As I said, the file size slows down the transfer. And as far as I know, the file size is a bigger issue. But it slows down the transfer and also slows down the menu. Slows down the menu, yes. Bias for the left side. That's why there's in at least AOC in classic maps, vills always spawned on the left side of your TC, and your starting sheep were much more likely to be on the left side of your TC than the right side. So if you had a TC here, you'd usually want to scout the left first instead of the right, because that's where your sheep usually were. Yeah, you can't plug in the numbers directly. You need to assign the numbers to a constant and use the constant. So you can't use only numbers, as tempting as that would be. I have tried that in the past, though. So now we need some per player fish. So this is how I placed the fish in the past, and I was told it was unfair. So I space out the salmon, then space out the Dorado. And we will use salmon since this is a T90 map. But yeah, I guess it can be a bit unfair, and we'll need to get one fish, specifically per each player, I think. So, create object salmon. Fish on create object salmon. Find closest max distance to other zones 4. And then min distance group placement 4. Should ensure there is always a close salmon for everyone. Let's just get rid of this. Oh no, it didn't. How the heck is find closest putting a salmon here instead of over here? Maybe I should do that before the other stuff then? Oh, wait, never mind. I'm being silly. Set guy optionally, set place for every player. Let's see if that actually works. It might not work. Yeah, because the land is there. Right. Huh. I have mixed terrain out here. Yeah, I have a video about that for the cross pattern. That still actually is a thing. It's slightly less noticeable, but that still actually is a thing. Your resources spawn on a cross pattern. What types of terrain do I have here? Create object flag A. Terrain to place on DLC water 5. Okay. Okay, I can do this. Beach 3. Beach 5. Okay. And we can then do this. Create object pH on. Set place for. Actually, this should be a pH off. Set Gaia object only. Second object. Salmon. Is on or off? We'll figure that out. Find closest. Terrain to place on DLC water 5. Avoid actor area beach 5. And main distance replacement of 4. I should give everyone a close salmon. Yes. The minimap. Okay, everyone then will have a salmon. Appropriate for a T90 event. Big fish, and then some other spaced out big fish. I'll also do this. Area start salmon. Area radius 12, and like void actor area start salmon. There, everyone should have their own salmon then. Accessible easily from a dock. 0 times 49 for 0x 49? It does accept floating point numbers for inf and minus inf. So there is a chance it might accept some other notations. I don't know if it accepts an E for using exponential notation. Something to try. Yeah, I know the hex value. And you could try an experiment. That could be interesting. I do take remainders from dividing by negative infinity, so you never know what's going to happen. Let's see, and the sea rocks. Oh, and then sea rocks. Rock beach and sea rock. Those out to sea. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Just maintain those in the other script. Beautiful. Dividing by negative infinity. Yes. It is. I'm doing that to cast two integers, and I take the remainder when dividing by negative infinity, which for many programming languages, remainder by a negative number is the same as remainder by a positive number. And since the value is smaller than infinity, the remainder, or smaller than max int, the remainder is then just the truncated original version. There is a mod, that's what I use to do the division. But there's a remainder operator, there's no modulus. And that comes in when I do the trigonometry. Right. Yeah, it's like a Java or C usual implementation, and not over the not like Python does it. Ugh, I'm still annoyed that I called my doctor's office back at 3:30 and they're already gone for the day. Like, how are you gone for the day at 3:30? And I'm returning the call less than an hour after you called me. Or less than 2 hours after you called me and you're gone. Oh well. Yeah, so let's see what I'm doing here. I want to place the gold on the main forest. And this should have a LAN ID, I think. I want the gold on a big forest, not a small forest. I'm gonna use land IDs. And ID $2, so 20 and 21. And then main gold. Trait object, flag A. Place on specific land ID 21. Objects. Big number of objects there. Right. Find closest. There we are. So how do I do this? Because I need to have an actor area for each of those. I want to get the main forest. I want to select the one for each player. I want to make sure I'm selecting a big forest and not a small forest. I wonder if I can do this. Actually get rid of that. Trying to place on. What is the forest type that I'm using? Oh yeah, I did this. Trying to place on rainforest grass. Find closest place on forest zone. Set place for every player. Okay, let's see this. Selecting the big. Does that ever select a wrong forest? Hope not. The small. What I could do? Hold on. Jungle. Over here. Set avoid player start areas. If I do 50, then like none of them spawn, right? Yeah, so that's too large. 30. Here to 10. Stranded without food. No, you will get food. So I knock that down to 30. Okay, and that way the small forests don't spawn on the edge there and detract from the main forest. I can probably cut that down to like 25. Yeah, that seems close enough. That looks like less than 25. And then they can still spawn there, which feels like a good distance. Alright, yeah. Good. This will be the main gold area. What else did I do there? And create the gold. Create object gold. Number of objects 8. Set tight grouping. Group placement radius 2. Avoid forest zone 3. Set place for every player. Set guy object only. Lots of objects need to click, or you need to type in. Min distance group placement 3. Actor area to place in main gold placement. Actor area main gold and actor area radius 12. Where are we? I think we're almost to the end of the map script yet. Not much more to go. Main gold. Should have a good version of Stranded. Okay, that is nowhere near where the heck. What? Should be gauge on. That for debugging purposes. What the heck? Hello? Oh, active area there. To place in. Ooh. There we are. That should give a gold plus TC spot consistently in the middle. In case players want that. Great. There we go. Now the question is, do I want to give players a player-specific forest right by their villagers so it becomes a TC immediately versus TC middle question? That would need to be consistent. Can I do this in set avoid player start areas? Set avoid player start areas. Side beach forests. I like 5 instead. Ooh, that is... I don't like that. Right. No, 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 no. We'll not be doing that. I could do a player-specific beach out here. Beach forest. Do we want that? This is the type of thing I might go this to our base later. Just have him give me an opinion. Instead of 5, you put that at like maybe 9? Or do another trick. Leave it like that, I think. And TC the middle. Maybe the other option is to put stone on an outside forest, so it's TC the gold or TC a stone. And we'll need to do something with this. That'll be for maybe a committee decision. It's a balancing decision more than it is a correctness decision now. So I'll leave that for later. And remaining gold around the center. Create object gold. Number of objects 4. Set type grouping. Group placing radius 1. Avoid forest zone 4. Main distance group placement 2. Avoid active area. Main gold. Here to place on DLC. Quicksand. Ooh, I had placed specific lands for these, right. And it's just hunt and animals and relics. Okay, yeah, we're almost done. Think for a moment. And very tightly placed these, but that only works for the 4v4 I'm doing, I think. Or for the 4-player settings. I want them to be a bit random. So what I want to do here... Don't want them right up next to the forest. Terrain to place on rainforest grass. I do number of groups 256. Yeah, okay, that's basically where I want the golds. But so it'll be a number of groups like or the number of groups spaced out by the temp mean distance group placement of 12. Space them out. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That will be random, but random based on the spacing of the other ones. Right. That looks pretty darn good to me. I think I want them a bit more spaced though. Maybe I make that 15 and 15. Okay, that cuts it down by 1 basically. Or by 2, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, you know, maybe 12 and 12 is okay. It's usually around 7 extra groups, and I'll pick a smaller power of 2, like 16. There. Oh, hold on. Oh, we did just have... Someone go back in the VOD and grab that timestamp for me. Grab the seed where it was water in the middle. I'll need to avoid the hills doing that. They always have the same amount. I can do that randomly. It depends on the map script. Okay. Hill are... add a +1 to that. I was having not this happen, which was lovely. Knock that down, 75 to 90 then. And hopefully that won't happen again. Seems like that is quite rare. Alright. Back to the script then. So, the stone. Create object, stone. Number of objects. 64. Terrain to place on desert. Min distance to players 12, set circular placement 20, forest zone 4, max its further zones 4, this group placement 2, and how do we do to avoid the inner ring, and what here is transition ring 8? Ah, this transition ring, right. That area, perfect. Oh Lord, if you have the seed, nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's why we do this. Relics on the top of the hill. Relics will be spaced out between the players and atop the hills. Okay, looks like I adjusted that seed then. Good, good. And the stones will be spaced out. Why is max distance to other zones not keeping them away? That's not working properly. I've noticed that not working really enough. Avoid active area beach 5. Do I have a beach 5 defined? I know I have a beach 3. I have a beach 5. Let's just do beach 3. Right, stone. And then stone over here. Oh, and the hunt group. Object group. Great. Object group hunt. Add object DLC elephant 50 and DLC rhino 50. And then now I can do this much more easily than I did in the past. Create object hunt. Terrain to place on rainforest grass. Here to place on DLC quicksand. Avoid forest zone 1. Temp min distance group placement 15. Number of objects 32. And just have elephants and rhinos spaced out for players to lure. That is all elephants. What? Hello? Randomization? What are you doing? Okay, Okay, now they're randomized. There are a couple of rhinos. All right. Feels like that's maybe not 50-50 when we got all elephants, but at least it is randomized. Something tells me that's not 50-50. Oysters in the water? Probably not. Maybe we'll consider that. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not always the same number of elephants, a bit random there. Okay, that's good. Buffalo, deer, relics, stragglers, predators, and plants. Alright, almost done then. Object DLC, water buffalo. Number of objects 2. Number of groups 32. Set loose grouping. Group placement radius 2. Distance group placement 3. Temp and distance group placement 20. Range to place on desert. Next distance to other zones 8. Avoid forest zone 1. Distance to players 18. Set circular placement. Void actor area remain gold. Void actor area player buffalo. Then void actor area ran position ring 6. Do that. And a pair of buffalo scattered about that you can't pick up from the coastline. Lovely. And that avoid the player's start areas. Perfect. And the deer. Object. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. I need to go eat something. Finish the map script, then we'll eat. Objects 4. For groups 32. Ring 6. Avoid gold with them. That did not spawn any deer. Why did it not spawn deer? No, main distance group placement. Main distance. Distance to players. What I wanted. Well, it didn't spawn them. That's less incorrect then. Spawning tons of deer. They're not spawning on the... What? Why are they not spawning out there? That is weird. Deer, what? Hold on. Maybe I loaded another map that had weird things with deer first. That is weird. Alright. Anyway, I think I need to go eat something. I'm really hungry. I'm gonna finish this map in a bit. I'm gonna end the stream here, or raid someone on Twitch, and I'll see you all later. Hope you all have a wonderful day, and we'll do more map scripting in the future. So thanks for watching. Hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you later.